Good afternoon. We'd like to call our Board of Supervisors meeting to order. And our first item is, like to get approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We don't have to second.
Okay.
Okay. Any unreadness? Ms. Gay?
Mr. Ely?
Yeah.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir. Board will need a motion pursuant to Section 2.23711A of the Code of Virginia to move to closed session for the limited purpose of the discussion regarding the appointment of specific appointees to county boards, committees, or authorities as set forth in the agenda, as well as discussion of the performance of specific employees, namely the county clerk and the county attorney pursuant to subsection 1. Discussion regarding the disposition of real property in the Blackwater Park area where a discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position and negotiating strategy of the board pursuant to subsection 3, and consultation with legal counsel employed by the board regarding specific legal matters requiring provision of legal advice by such counsel, namely board governance pursuant to subsection 8.
Board member?
So moved.
Any unreadness? Ms. Gay?
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. We'll reconvene at 6 p.m. We'd like to reconvene our meeting. Mr. Jones,
Mr. Chairman, you'll need a motion to return to open session.
board member? Motion.
Motion.
Okay, any readiness? Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes.
Chairman, pursuant to Section 2.23712 of the Code of Virginia, a motion certifying that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and only such public business matters as identified in the motion to move to closed session were heard, discussed, or considered.
So moved.
Any readiness? Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. All right, now we'll have the invocation by Mr. Ely.
Yes, sir. Mr. Kent Adams, he is the land manager for VDOT. Very good friend of my family and his family, and he was going to give us the invocation tonight.
All right, well, thank you so much. Good evening to everyone. Let us go to the Lord in prayer this evening. Dear our gracious, most heavenly Father, we come before you with gratitude. We thank you for being a God of love who is with us now in this very room. Father, you never leave us or forsake us. Your grace has brought us safe thus far, and your grace will lead us home. We thank you for making each of us in this room, every person we meet, every citizen of Alawite County and every city and county in your own image with dignity and an infinite worth. Father, we thank you for the calling you have given every one of us to be good stewards of your creation, to love our neighbors as ourselves. Father, I thank you tonight for these, your servants, your board of supervisors, county staff, and everyone within the county. I give thanks for the service they have chosen to take up on behalf of all of us here. We all come to this room tonight as complex human beings, carrying burdens, carrying joy and hope, trusting that you alone can hold us together in your love and peace. Help us, Lord, to trust you more than our fears and our wounds and even our accomplishments. May we lean on your everlasting arms tonight. Father, we pray for wisdom, strength, for courage to do what is right and for good of all the citizens. May we put the interest of others above our own. May we act with love for the common good. May we be good neighbors, recognizing your image in every person here. Father, we are coming to you tonight asking for your guidance, wisdom, clarity, and open hearts to understand your will and make decisions that honor and serve others. Help each person here to engage in meaningful discussion. Allow them to grow closer as a group and nurture the bonds of the community. Fill everyone here with your grace and continue to remind everyone here that all we do here tonight, all that we accomplish, is for the pursuit of truth for your greater glory of you. Father, we just dedicate this meeting to you. Help everyone here to listen with patience and speak with kindness. May the discussions be filled with respect, unity, and a focus on what truly matters, bringing glory to your name. As we gather, let us pause to recognize the purpose of this meeting. May we bring our best ideas, listen with open minds, and work together with mutual respect to achieve our shared goals, ensuring our efforts benefit everyone involved. Now, Father, let us offer thanks for our blessings and opportunities to serve. May we reflect with kindness, speak with a gentle spirit, and act with integrity. May our time together foster connection and a renewed commitment to our values. For we ask all of these things in your most precious and holy name. Amen. Amen. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on. Citizen comments. And before we get into citizen comments, I have something I need to read to all the citizens. This is a time for the purpose of allowing members of the public to present any matter which, in their opinion, deserves the attention of the board. We ask that you clearly state your name and address and/or election district. and that you address the board and not staff or the ordinance. We ask that you limit your comments to 4 minutes. A timer with a lighting system shall be used for keeping track of speakers' time. Speakers will receive a yellow light warning 1 minute prior to expiration of their presentation time. Speaker will receive a red light at the expiration of their time and will be asked to end their comments. If a speaker represents a group of 10 or more individuals that are in attendance, the speaker is allowed 6 minutes, and the group he represents forfeits their right to speak on the same topics. Speakers may not donate their unused time to another speaker. Comments on undecided public hearing topics are not appropriate for citizen comments. Public comments shall not be used to make political speeches, private advertisements, or personal attacks. We value your comments and welcome your input. We as a board will seek to address your concerns in as an efficient and timely manner as possible. All right, we have Greg Brown.
Good evening. Greg Brown, 384 Pagan Road in Smithfield. Good evening, supervisors, and congratulations to those of you who recently won your elections. I'm here tonight on behalf of the PTAs of Hardy Elementary School and Smithfield Middle School, and I'd like to address the school construction needs in the north end of our county. There are two main projects that need to be funded to best serve the needs of Isle of Wight students and families. The first is the complete replacement of Westside Elementary School. The second is the expansion of Smithfield High School. If you've not already seen it, since some of you are new, yes, sir.
Public hearing.
I think Westside I don't think is on the agenda. I think Smithfield High is. So.
No.
Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. Some of you are new. If you've not already seen it, I urge you to watch the video presentation from Principal Johnson and his staff detailing the many issues facing the current Westside Elementary School. The oldest part of the building is 100 years old. It is well past its serviceable life and is increasingly held together with essentially baling wire and duct tape. We have nowhere else to educate the hundreds of students that are currently attending Westside, so we're putting Band-Aids on top of Band-Aids to keep the school minimally functional. We're doing a disservice to our students and families by asking them to attend a school with a leaking roof, buckling floors, decaying bathrooms, and a sewer line that could rupture at any point in time. It is well past time this building was replaced, and we'd like your full support in building a new Westside as expeditiously as possible. Smithfield High School is on the agenda, so I'll keep this brief. It has more students than it can hold. This fact is camouflaged because the high school is currently using around 20 classrooms from the middle school. But once they realign Carrollton, Hardy, and Westside to all be K-5 schools like they really should be, then Smithfield Middle will need those classrooms, which means the high school won't have them available anymore. And then I believe adding the expansion of the high school to the capital improvement program plan will allow the county to collect proffers from developers, should they be available. Even with the best possible timeline for replacement, my children will not get to attend a new Westside. They will age out by the time a new one could possibly get built. My children might end up having to attend an overcrowded Smithfield High School before that can get expanded. But personal benefit can't be the lens that we view these projects through. It is important to our whole community that we send our children to safe, effective schools. The can has been kicked down the road far enough, and it is past time that we get our school system's capital needs taken care of. On behalf of Hardy Elementary and Smithfield Middle PTAs, I ask for your support with both these projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Leah Hanley.
Good evening. My name is Lee Hanley. I live at 102 Ryder, Smithfield, Virginia, 23430. Good evening, supervisors. I am the Westside PTA president, and I'll be brief because Mr. Brown did an excellent job at laying out the facts, and I want to pick up where he left off on the idea of Band-Aids on top of Band-Aids. As we talk about Westside Elementary and Smithfield High School, it's important to remember that Westside Elementary School is not just old, it's historic. Westside is approaching its 100th year of serving Isle of Wight County. The school's roots trace back to the 1920s when the black community worked alongside the school board to secure land and a building, a schoolhouse, so the children could receive an education. In 1928, Isle of Wight Training School opened its site, serving generations of students. Over the decades, it's evolved into Westside High School, later Smithfield Elementary, and eventually returning to being Westside once again. This building has carried the weight of history, resilience, and progress. It has served through segregation, integration, and growth, and it has done so with pride. But it's a structure built for a very different era that only can be stretched so far. At some point, Band-Aids stop being a solution. And that is exactly where Westside is today. Our families and staff are doing everything they can, but duct tape and determination are not long-term facility plans. Our students deserve a building that honors this legacy and supports modern safety, learning, and technology needs. And when it comes to Smithfield High School, this is where smart planning benefits everyone, including taxpayers. Expanding the high school isn't just about capacity, it's about being strategic. By including this project in the capital improvement plan, our county can leverage profiters from new development, helping offset costs instead of placing the full burden on our current residents. This is about being proactive instead of being reactive, planning for growth instead of chasing it down the road. None of us are here because this benefits us personally, as Mr. Brown said. We are here because it benefits the next generation of Alawite families. As Westside approaches its 100th year, the question before us is whether we will preserve its legacy with temporary fixes or honor its history with a lasting investment. The can has already been kicked far enough. Now it's time to pick it up and move forward. So tonight, we are asking you to do both the practical thing and the right thing, fully fund the replacement of Westside Elementary and move forward with the expansion of Smithfield High School. Thank you for your time, your leadership. We appreciate you, and we thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Mr. Herb DeGraw.
Evening, Mr. Chairman and board members. Herb DeGraw, 1541 Mill Swamp Road. At each one of you's place, I left a copy of the email that I sent to the legislators on the Cannabis Control Authority Study Commission. How many people knew there was a Cannabis Control Study Commission even in existence? Not many, including, I'll bet you, 99% of the people behind me, because cannabis is a smokescreen word. It's called Mary Jane or marijuana, and we know what it does to people. It's an addictive substance. In any case, I wrote that because I think folks at the legislative level sometimes get lost in the idea we're going to raise a lot of taxes. Interesting, the things that have come out that I've gotten about 12 different articles here. One is, women opt for THC products as a new nightcap versus booze or wine. Chinese syndicates dominate the marijuana black market in the United States. Cannabis poisonings on the rise, most notably amongst kids, a 600% increase. Experts, fewer seek help for cannabis addiction. Evidence of benefits from CBD, very scant. Everybody always thought it was going to help people with problems. It creates more problems than it's worth. The one that really cracked me up, though, was this one. The vomiting syndrome linked to cannabis use increased fourfold. It actually makes people scream when they vomit. All I can say, I hope they scream their brains out. Because those people in the General Assembly that are going to act on this and possibly vote for it, and unfortunately our new governor coming in says she's likely going to sign it, she's going to expose her kids, along with all the other kids across the state of Virginia, access to CBD, cannabis, or Mary Jane as it's more commonly called. It is a smokescreen to call it just cannabis, because people think cannabis, oh, that must have something to do with cannibals. Not hardly. It has to do with something that's very addictive. Instituted a substance abuse control program back in the mid-'80s as the HR director at the plant here. We did a study for 1 month, tested everybody that applied for a job to see if they were positive for marijuana. 41% was back then. I'll guarantee you it's over 50% today if you did that. And as a test, every truck driver had to be tested for substance abuse. One got called in one day, got tested. We had a policy, if you tested positive for something, you got suspended until you could come back to work clean. You'll never believe how concentrated the THC was in him. It took him 24 days to get clean. Before that, he was driving down the road in that 80,000-pound vehicle stoned out of his freaking mind, I'll guarantee you that. Thank God he decided to leave us a couple months after he came back to work clean, because he'd have probably got back into it again. But once you tested positive, you get called in frequently to see if you were staying clean. But back to the whole premise. It is wrong for the state of Virginia to think that they can institute the retail sale of cannabis to our citizens without it having a detrimental effect on our culture, our society, and more specifically, in the hoods. As Sir Charles Barkley said at the time of the Ferguson riots, the thin blue line is the only difference between chaos and order in the hood. Well, you let the daggone cannabis or Mary Jane or marijuana loose in the neighborhoods as a result of the retail sale, and you're going to see the crime rate go up. I will guarantee you that. And who pays for that? Citizens, because we'll need more law enforcement officers, and God bless them for the tough job they got. But I'm asking this board to take action as a board, or you all as individuals, to contact the governor's office. The phone number is 804-786-2211, and you can get the governor's office, and you know how to get a hold of your
All right.
representative. Thank
Thank
you
you,
very
Dan.
much. Take the good action. God bless you.
Thank you, now.
How to go to choir practice.
Anyone else willing to speak that didn't sign up? All right, thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next item. Any board members have any comments they want to?
I'd like to speak to the schools. I agree wholeheartedly with them. I think in 2018, the schools came to us and wanted to renovate Hardy and Westside Elementary. I attended both, by the way, and Westside was in, if you can imagine, worse shape back then than it is today. But anyway, and to the point, they wanted to renovate both of them. And I felt strongly, based on even the comments made tonight, that Westside should have been the one that got replaced, but we did a study. Did I ever get a copy of that? I need to get that.
We did.
Copy of that study.
They
I don't
emailed
remember
it
seeing
after our joint meeting.
I didn't see it. I asked for it, so I should have looked at it. But anyway, the question, of course, remains, we all know this because we're responsible citizens. We got to figure out how we're going to pay for it. So we roll up our sleeves and we do the best we can. I think that was a very evident of community when it came to Hardy Elementary, that we were looking at a 5-cent increase on real estate tax to try to pay for that. At the end of the day, we were very fortunate because of timing. We didn't have to go that route. But you know, I encourage everybody to watch our budget process and see some of the stress and strains and challenges that we have with just making sure we maintain what we have today on the tax rate or the tax base that we have today. But I appreciate everybody coming out and speaking on behalf of the schools.
Anyone else? Billy? You good?
I'm good.
Okay, well, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Mr. Robinson?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we've just got a few items under consent tonight. The first being a budget amendment for insurance proceeds. As you know, periodically, we will receive insurance payments for damages to either vehicles or other county equipment, such as the case here, in the amount of $3,467. We were successful in securing a litter grant, which helps to promote our litter prevention and recycling program in the Public Works Department. Mr. Etheridge does an excellent job with that. We received grant funds in the amount of $18,174. Item C is really more of a housekeeping item than anything else, but we'll talk a little bit more about that later. You have previously appropriated funding in your capital budget for the Tyler's Beach Marina project because we're in the process of securing congressionally directed funding for that in the amount of $792,856.59. So this really just brings that money forward into the current budget year. And item D, the sheriff's office was contacted recently with regard to a donation of a 2016 Chevy van to help to support the efforts and operations in the Animal Control Division. This is from Dominion Energy, and so it's just a resolution to accept that van and appropriate that to the sheriff's office. And lastly, we've got a set of minutes in the board's agenda for your consideration.
All right, good. All right, board members, what's your pleasure?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay. Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. And Mr. Jones, that would take care of the resolution. Yeah, okay, all right, good. All right, moving on, regional and intergovernmental reports. Anyone have any?
Yeah.
All right.
You know, I thought I'd touch on this. So today, we, Mr. Iverson and myself attended HRTPA, the Hampton Roads Transportation Planning Organization, among other meetings. And one of the things I left in front of you guys, and I encourage our citizens, yeah, please, citizens to take a look at this, because we all have some skin in the game, as they would say. They came out with the projected priority scores for 2050. I ask that you turn to, if you don't mind, page 7. One of the items that scored high on that was the Route 17 Carrollton Boulevard widening, James River Bridge, from the James River Bridge to the Sydney Hazelwood Bridge, which is what we always call the Chuckatuck Bridge. It scored very high in this study. No surprise for us that sit in traffic on James River Bridge on Route 17. Then if you look at 23, bridge and tunnels, the James River Bridge widening, scored really high on that on page 23. And obviously, that's from Newport News to us. So it's kind of exciting to see these numbers say what we all know, and there's some other information here. I encourage anybody to look on the Hampton Roads Transportation Planning Organization's website to see how these things scored. Of course, like anything else, now we got to figure out how we get the money to pay for it. But at least we've got some studies that prove exactly what we all feel when we're sitting on 17 or James River Bridge at 5 o'clock, well, till 5 to 6 or whatever long you get to sit there for. So it was a very interesting meeting, I think was fair to say. Some other initiatives that came up in the Hampton Roads Planning Commission was actually funding for some of the secondary roads. That's still something that's on the table, encouraging members of our Hampton Roads region to stay focused. Don't start putting other things into the mix, such as, and these are important issues, but they're not transportation issues, such as flooding and things like that. This county's always been part of Hampton Roads, and we've got skin in the game. We put money into this, and things like the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel and all that, we're all paying for that, as you know, not just through the tolls that have come up, but actually paying for it. It'd be nice to see us actually see something in our community as part of this, and so hopefully the, was it 0.2 cent is what we're looking for? 0.3 on the tax to go to secondary roads, which would land in our backyard quite a bit, I would hope. So, anyway, thank you all very much.
0.3%?
Yeah.
Yeah, currently 0.7 cents goes toward the larger projects in the region, transportation projects in the region. So the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel Project, the interstate expansions, but those funds are only limited to, I believe, interstate projects.
Then they have to only go towards to improving flow of traffic. It can't be for renovating or bringing things up to standard.
Yeah.
The thing that I think I found interesting over the years is there's parts of our state that looked at doing something like HR TAC, that Commission for Transportation, and they wouldn't because they felt like the state had an obligation to pay for the roadways. I don't disagree with that. But if it hadn't been for this commission, you wouldn't have the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, you would not have the widening of 64, all those other things. And what people may realize is, yes, it's going to be tolled. The toll is part of trying to leverage that money, so that you get that money back so you can build the next thing that you need. I'd encourage people to look at, when they get an opportunity, to look at the Elizabeth River Crossing. That is a corporation. And some of the challenges that the HR TAC had when we went to expand our roadways and some of the contractual, I guess you would say, obligations we have under that agreement, that I'll just leave it as a challenge and not make it anything negative. So it's interesting, but it all affects us.
And how much you talking about going to secondary roads?
0.3 cent. It takes it to the full penny.
They
That's what it does.
definitely need it.
Yeah, so that 0.3 cents would generate about $85 million annually. So it's not just the $85 million that you would have. They would then take that $85 million and leverage that to borrow funding to get these projects done. But if you look at this list that was just handed out to you, you'll see some pretty significant projects for Isle of Wight County that could potentially be funded with that money. So it's not a small issue. It has huge implications regionally in terms of traffic flow, and ultimately that becomes an economic development issue for us.
And as I mentioned before, it's about improving traffic flow and not replacing infrastructure. So 620 is something this board has wrestled with, the completion of 620 widening. I think most people would agree it's relatively dangerous where it hasn't been widened. But I think last time Ms. Oliver would be able to speak to her, I'm not going to do that to her. But the cost of that is extremely high compared to what we thought it was going to be. Staff worked very hard to try to get that extra, what is it, maybe 3 miles, Jamie, give or take? I don't mean to put you on the spot, girl.
Yes, the remaining segment is about 3 miles to the county line.
And we just ran into challenges with that financially. And to get you've educated us on this over the years. Can you speak to that just briefly? I hope y'all don't mind. I know I'm kind of monopolizing the time.
Sure, so 620, what it's considered is a reconstruction without new capacity, meaning we're reconstructing the existing road to widen the lanes, improve the shoulders, and improve the clearance distance on either side of the road. Basically a safety improvement for traffic flow, but it's not actually adding any additional lanes to add any additional capacity. And that's a very challenging project to fund under any of these programs, which really focus on congestion, because it's not fixing any congestion issue, it's a safety concern. So it does not do well for Smart Scale. We've submitted it twice, but it has no congestion improvement factors. And safety is important, but it's not the most important thing in our region as a whole. So it's not as competitive. Another project that we've looked at like that is Turner Drive. We're also looking at Turner Drive widening without new capacity for the same reason, to widen those lanes, improve the shoulders, make some of the curves a little bit safer, and we're running into the same thing. It's approximately 5 to 10 million per mile to mile and a half.
Thank you, JB. I didn't mean to monopolize the time on that, and I got off track. That's typical for me. Thank you very much.
And if I could just really quickly, particularly for the two new members, a lot of what you'll see in terms of the prioritization that occurred regionally, having projects listed from Isle of Wight County is part and parcel because of the work that Jamie does and her advocacy on our behalf. So we've got staff who do a really good job for you in that respect.
Okay. You have anything? No, you good?
As far as comments?
Yeah.
No, for, regional.
Oh, regional committees, no, none of mine met, sorry. I have a lot to say, but I don't have any committees, thank you.
You don't have anything?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll move on.
Okay.
Next item is board appointments. Anyone have appointments? Hearing none?
Chair, there was
I do.
I was going to say the audit committee.
Right, I'd like to appoint Chairman Jefferson to the audit committee.
All right. All right, any unreadiness? Ms. Kay?
Mr. Akery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. All right, that's it. All right, item number 10, appointments. Well, we just got that. That's the only one we had. Item number 11, presentation. Mr. Robinson.
Yes, I'm going to ask Ms. Ring if she'd come up and maybe introduce this item.
Could we do item B prior to this?
We could, I think,
If
we
they're
were trying
ready,
to get
if
Ms.
they're not-
Hurlins out, but yeah, I think we can do this quickly.
I figured some of these older guys might want to go home.
Older guys.
He's talking about me.
I thought he was talking about all of us. But we're kind of obligated to be here.
I'm included in that demo too, you know?
That being the case, I'll ask Gary if he'll come up. And if you will recall, back at your October meeting, you recognized some of our volunteer firefighters and folks who have been involved in with our fire departments and our rescue squads for over 50 years. And certainly we're deserving of recognition. We provided resolutions to them. Everybody could not be there that night. Everybody did not have the information that night. And so we've invited those individuals to come back or come to a future meeting. And so some of them are here tonight to be recognized.
Okay.
And
One of the board members.
yeah, I was about to say, Mr. Chairman, you might want to come down. The resolutions have already been adopted, so you can
Just read
wanna-
them.
present those.
We have to go down there for a picture and the little certificate, all of us.
We ask Mr. Bobby Little come forward. We'll read the resolution. So it's already been adopted. So the resolution to recognize and congratulate Bobby Little. Whereas Mr. Bobby Little joined the Smithfield Volunteer Fire Department in 1968. And whereas Mr. Little has served as a volunteer in Isle of Wight County with unwavering commitment, professionalism, and selflessness, and whereas his 57 years of volunteer service reflect not only a remarkable personal achievement, but also an enduring contribution to the safety, well-being, and resilience of our community. And whereas Mr. Little's loyalty and dedication embody the very best of volunteer service. Whereas the Board of Supervisors desires to recognize and congratulate Mr. Bobby Little for 57 years of volunteer service. Good accomplishment. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Isle of Wight, Virginia recognizes and congratulates Mr. Bobby Little on 57 years of service to Smithfield Volunteer Fire Department and the citizens of Isle of Wight County. Adopted the 16th day of October 2025. Don Rosie was the chairman and Ms. Catherine Mays the clerk.
Want to do it in the middle?
Yeah, put it in.
Congratulations.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When's my window rep?
I'm right here. You gotta make me get my read glasses. I can do that now. It's worth every bit of it.
Is it
Mr. Watson?
window rep? Okay, come on over.
That's Mr. Watson. Mr. Watson?
Daughter's here.
Okay, come on up. I'm Joel Latham. So good to meet you. Thank you for being here, Heather. So the board would I'd like to read the resolution. Whereas, this is for Stanley Watson. Whereas Mr. Stanley Watson joined the Windsor Volunteer Fire Department in 1971, and whereas Mr. Watson has served as a volunteer in Isle of Wight County with unwavering commitment, professionalism, selflessness, and whereas his 54 years of volunteer service reflect not only a remarkable personal achievement, but also an enduring contribution to the safety and well-being and resilience of our community. And whereas Mr. Watson's loyalty and dedication embody the very best of volunteer service. And whereas the Board of Supervisors desires to recognize and congratulate Mr. Stanley Watson for 54 years of volunteer service. Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Isle of Wight, Virginia recognizes and congratulates Mr. Stanley Watson on his 54 years of service to the Windsor Volunteer Fire Department and the citizens of Isle of Wight County. This was adopted on the 16th of October of 2025 and signed by our chairman then, Mr. Don Rosie, and our clerk, Catherine Mays. Thank you so much for sharing your father with us. We really appreciate it. Thank you for being here.
I went on video of the call, so.
Some of us did when we were growing up, didn't we? It's been a few times. I remember my mom fussing about where I was sitting in a truck. He's like, fire, right? Want to share a little while? Here. I'd love to do them all, but I could go on and on. Y'all saw that earlier.
That's okay. Recognize John Wayne Keller. We probably go back as far as this goes back.
Go further.
Whereas Mr. John Wayne Keller joined the Winslow Volunteer Fire Department in 1970, and whereas Mr. Keller served as the volunteer of Isle White County with
Unwavering.
unwavering, I need to get my glasses.
I messed you up. I'm sorry, sir.
I'm sorry.
Here's some readers. Here you go.
I got it. Oh, yeah, I can see now. Unwavering commitment, professionalism, and selflessness, and whereas his 55 years of volunteer service reflect not only remarkable personal achievement, but also enduring contribution to the safety and well-being of the community, and whereas Mr. Keller's loyalty, dedication embodied the very best of volunteer service, and whereas the Board of Supervisors desires to recognize and congratulate Mr. John Wayne Keller for 55 years of volunteer service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Isle of Wight, Virginia, recognize and congratulates Mr. John W. Keller on 55 years of service to the Winslow Volunteer Fire Department and the citizens of Isle of Wight County, adopted the 16th day of October 2025.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service, sir. Tommy?
Mr. Gardner.
I'll start off my glasses. All right. Robert Gray. Whereas Mr. Robert Gray joined the Windsor Fire Department.
Glad you're here, Tommy.
I am too. Do you want your wallet? No.
All right, we'll start again. Robert Gray. Whereas Mr. Robert Gray joined the Windsor Volunteer Fire Department in 1974, and whereas Mr. Gray has served as a volunteer in Isle of Wight County with unwavering commitment, professionalism, selflessness, and whereas his 51 years of volunteer service reflect not only on a remarkable personal achievement, but also an enduring contribution to the safety, well-being, and resilience of our community. And whereas Mr. Gray's loyalty and dedication embody the very best of volunteer service, and whereas the Board of Supervisors desire to recognize and congratulate Mr. Robert Gray for 51 years of volunteer service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Isle of Wight, Virginia, recognize and congratulate Mr. Robert Gray on 51 years of service to the Windsor Volunteer Fire Department and the citizens of Isle of Wight County, adopted this 16th day of October 2025. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Renee?
Renee.
Yeah, she's
You know,
got.
we had some years together.
Sounds interesting. Is this the last one? One more. All right, Mr. Roger Hardy. Hi.
That's a false name.
Whereas Mr. Roger Hardy joined the Windsor Volunteer Fire Department in 1974, and whereas Mr. Hardy has served as a volunteer in Isle of Wight County with unwavering commitment, professionalism, and selflessness, and whereas his 51 years of volunteer service reflect not only a remarkable personal achievement, but also an enduring contribution to the safety, well-being, and resilience of our community. And whereas Mr. Hardy's loyalty and dedication embody the very best of volunteer service, and whereas the Board of Supervisors desires to recognize and congratulate Mr. Roger Hardy for 51 years of volunteer service. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the Isle of Wight County, Virginia, recognizes and congratulates Mr. Roger Hardy on 51 years of service to the Windsor Volunteer Fire Department and the citizens of Isle of Wight County, adopted on the 16th day of October, 2025.
Thank you.
You can't be old enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all, board.
Appreciate it. Got a-
Mr. William Weaver. All right. Resolution to recognize and congratulate William Weaver. Whereas Mr. William Weaver joined the Windsor Volunteer Fire Department in 1968. And whereas Mr. Weaver has served as a volunteer in Isle of Wight County with unwavering commitment, professionalism, and selflessness. And whereas his 57 years of volunteer service reflect not only a remarkable personal achievement, but also an enduring contribution to the safety, well-being, and resilience of our community. And whereas Mr. Weaver's loyalty and dedication embody the very best of volunteer service. Whereas the Board of Supervisors desires to recognize and congratulate Mr. William Weaver for 57 years of volunteer service. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Isle of Wight County, Virginia recognizes and congratulates Mr. William Weaver on 57 years of service to the Windsor Volunteer Fire Department and to the citizens of Isle of Wight County. Adopted the 16th day of October, 2025, signed by our Chairman Don Rossi and the Clerk Catherine May.
Congratulations. Thank you for your service, sir.
That was a whole lot of therefores and whereas.
No, that's exactly right. Thank you for your service.
But there was a whole
We
lot of
really
years
appreciate
too,
it.
right? Hey, Don, how are you?
And we would like to say we thank you all for the longevity of serving our county and serving your locality. So once again, thank you, and thank you.
So, Mr. Jefferson, I was just asked by the staff, so Mr. William Chapman, Bill Chapman, wasn't able to be here this evening. And I tell you, growing up in this community and being able to serve alongside of, I'd have to just say legends, what a bunch of mentors. And the ones tonight are just prime examples. And all of them I have all different memories with, or virtually all of them, and this one's no exception. Bill Chapman. There's never been a larger character than Mr. Bill Chapman. Before I read this, if y'all don't mind, I think it's interesting. I'm standing here on the board when I learned how to serve my community by volunteers that I'm being able to honor tonight. Y'all taught me what community service is all about, and that's why I'm here. Bill Chapman, when I was growing up, he knew my parents when I was born, and I won't go down that road. But this man here taught me firefighter 1, 2, and 3. Then when I made a career out of it, he showed back up to teach my fire academy, and he used to say, "Acree, you're not testing out of this." I'd be like, "Bill, why not?" He's like, "If you mess up, you're gonna make me look foolish. So you go over there, because he'd already taught me, I was already certified. So anyway, Bill Chapman, Mr. William Chapman, and it was, as we know, on the 16th, the board recognized these members in grateful recognition of 61 years of dedicated service to Isle of Wight County. Your unwavering commitment, bravery, and selfless devotion exemplifies the true spirit of volunteerism, public service through 6 decades of sacrifice and courage, and have inspired generations and strengthened the safety and unity of our community. And this was signed as our then chairman, Don Rosie. Staff wanted me to just recognize him because he wasn't able to be here this evening. But all of us that know Bill Chapman, you know, we've shared a lot of time with a lot of characters, and this would be one of them, and I think the world of him. And thank y'all all for your service and your families. I mean, that's the part that people don't understand. How many meals do these guys miss? How many fundraisers have y'all done? It goes on, and I think that really embodies what our community's about. When people talk about Isle of Wight and what it was and what it is, this group embodies that. So thank y'all for your service.
I have one question. Randolph Barlow, is he in this same grouping?
I don't think he had 50 years.
He don't have 50 years? I thought he was back there with.
That's hard to believe.
It wasn't sent in as having 50 years.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll check on that. But I think that'd be hard pressed not to, because he was around ever since I can remember.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank y'all. Thank you, Rich.
Board members, if it's your pleasure, I'll ask Ms. Ring to come up now and introduce this item.
Good evening, board members. I am pleased tonight to introduce Julie Herlins. Welcome back to the Isle of Wight County Board of Supervisors meeting room to present the findings for the revised growth rate scenario study. As you recall, in July 2024, the county engaged Tischler Bice to conduct a fiscal impact analysis of multiple growth rate scenarios as part of its comprehensive plan 5-year review that's required by the state code. The growth rate scenario study is a useful tool when you're considering potential fiscal implications of different growth rates on the county and to help inform the ongoing revisions to the comprehensive plan. When you listen to Julie's revised findings tonight, keep in mind that the study was done in 2024 and it was based on the county's current tax rates and population projections and levels of service. And any of those things can change over time and affect the outcome of the study in future years. When we presented the study to the board the first time in August of 2025, the schools were just embarking on their own study for a subdivision yield analysis for the schools' use. So Tischler Bice agreed to go back and revise our growth rate scenario study when the schools were done with theirs to make sure that the two studies were consistent in terms of basic assumptions that both studies used. So with that, I'm going to allow Julie to come up here and present the findings.
Dim the lights, okay, if you need to.
No, can we wait till he leaves before we turn the lights off?
Hi, good evening.
Thank you.
Give us a minute,
Jim.
give us a minute.
Thank y'all.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors. It's good to be back here with you to talk about this study and present our revised findings to do this for the growth rate study, scenario study. And thank you to Ms. Ring for kind of setting the stage. So what I'll do is kind of refresh a little bit of where we were, and then pick up where we are today and where this is wrapping up. So what you're seeing here is kind of the timeline where we left off on those first kind of muted colored bullets on kickoff a while ago. We developed growth scenarios, collected data, did some fiscal modeling last year, early spring of 2025. and then submitted those early results in spring and early summer of 2025. As Ms. Ring mentioned, Tisher Weiss, my firm, was then hired by the schools, by Isle of Wight County Schools, to conduct a growth-related study, so that subdivision yield analysis and enrollment projections. So with that, we took a pause on the growth rate study for the county, worked to do the study for the schools. That produced updated projections of population and student enrollment, as well as student generation rates and school costs. So those significant changes from our previous draft study. We took that information that got finalized with the schools, we took that information and fed that back into and revised our growth rate study. So the two sets of projections are aligned, and I'm going to share with you the results of those revisions. Just know that then filtered through all of the information. So all of what you have in front of you with this draft report and the findings is an updated version from the previous draft report. So kind of iterations of this same type of report with new data. So what's changed from the last version of the report of the the draft that's dated June 2025? So all of the base year data essentially has been revised and to align with that with the school study. And that is, there were estimates before, there are estimates still, so all of that has been updated. Again, the projections that came out of the schools study, through our firm, that utilize updated projections from Weldon Cooper Center as well. So at the same time we were doing our updates and changing of this, modifying to the study, Weldon Cooper Center at University of Virginia also was going through another round of their projection updates as well. So again, kind of fitting this in as in real time with other changes from other sources. So what this ended up doing, our base growth scenario was previously a 0.8%, and now it's a 0.9%. So a slight change there, but a change nonetheless. The student generation rates have also been updated as well. And just note, there's kind of a slight change in the methodology from our study. We took the enrollment projections for the base scenario from the schools study and essentially inputted them into our model for this study. So we're not using housing units and student generation rates to get our student enrollment growth. We're taking the cohort survival and the methodology that's used in the school study to match up, as again inputs into the study. Then from there, we have two alternative growth scenarios that represent faster growth. Those were updated to be modified off of that base scenario. So we have a 2% and then a 3%. So again, base year changed, the 2% and the 3% changed as well. The school capital needs were modified as well. In the June 2025 study, we had them aggregated to sub areas, north and south. With the schools study, each of the sets of projections were done by specific schools at each school. And so we've used that information in this updated model as well. And then, not insignificantly, the school construction costs were updated as well to match with the recent request in the county's capital improvement plan for cost per seat. And what hasn't changed is the purpose of the study, what the study does, what the study doesn't do. So this study looks at, as Ms. Ring mentioned, what are the fiscal impacts from different rates of growth. And so we have a base growth scenario that represents a trend, what that might look like if conditions continue along that same trend line. And again, all updated to align with the schools study. And then we evaluated two hypothetical alternatives to test these higher growth rates. They're not necessarily anticipated, but they're helping to understand what if growth occurs faster. What would those fiscal impacts to the county be if that were to occur? But know that there are a number of 2,500 units that are dormant, that are approved, not yet built. And so if those were to occur at a quicker pace than what has happened and along the trend line, that 2% growth rate mimics what that might look like in terms of the numbers. So what the study does not do, it does not predict these changes in growth patterns. The growth projections are assumed to continue at this point in time. Of course, no one knows what could or might happen in the future. We don't have a crystal ball. They are projections. This is not a prediction. It doesn't forecast this 2% growth rate. It essentially, again, tests that scenario. What if the county were to grow by this higher rate? But it doesn't say that it's likely to occur. And then it doesn't also instruct the county, quote, what to do with this potential outcome. There are mitigation strategies I see on the agenda. There's cash profit discussion. Those are in Virginia a type of mitigation strategy to help to pay growth's impacts, to help mitigate those impacts from growth, for capital facilities, and also continuing to quantify those capital impacts, which the county already does, but making sure that those are continue to be updated as you go forward. But and then as well as some policy changes potentially that could help to could mitigate or could address impacts from growth. But again, this study is truly a technical study of what if growth were to occur at these different paces. So just by way of definition, fiscal impact analysis is what we talk about this. It's direct revenues and direct costs to the county. It is not a budget document. It's not a budget tool. It is not a prediction of, well, next year you're going to take the results from our 2027 findings and include it in the budget. You're going to develop a budget based on the revenues that are available, and those expenditures have to fit into the budget. It's not an economic impact study either. It does not predict spin-off or other kinds of ancillary effects. It is purely revenues to the county and the related costs from that growth. And it reflects both operating and capital costs. And we do assume that current levels of service are maintained. So we're not making an assumption about changes, higher levels of service or lower levels of service in the future, which would affect those costs. So the methodology itself, we started this and we kept the same budget year where we started, fiscal 25. Again, current levels of service, that's the budget, how the budget is developed. What's included in the budget reflects current levels of service. We use a 20-year projection period. Just as a point of information, we do not include inflation on any part of the equation. Now, we all know inflation is going to occur. If prices are going to, values are going to appreciate on the revenue side, costs are going to increase on the other side. We do it in current dollars, so we don't have to make those assumptions on each part of the equation and then have to unwind those choices later. So it really is current dollars, but we all know that inflation is real, it's a reality, and that will occur as each budget year continues into the future. We use what we call an average marginal hybrid approach to costs. We're doing a cost per capita on some things and a cost where a threshold gets triggered to build a fire station, to build additional school seats, et cetera. So that's sort of that marginal approach. We include all tax-supported funds, tax-supported expenditures, so that's general fund, and then the capital improvements, because there's a transfer from the general fund for capital improvements. And then on the schools, so this is what has changed slightly. The methodology is still the same in terms of how we're projecting school capacity costs. We do set them at that 95% threshold, which is the same as what we did before. The school policy, and I'm pointing back to Dr. Coleman, there is a school policy in terms of when those sort of steps start to occur, when things start to occur to build new schools. We are keeping the assumption at that 95% when costs are actually start to register, when those costs occur. And just by note, there's a lot of discussion in the CIP, the West Side Elementary. So this is not included specifically in the results wholly for this new school. Because it's a replacement facility, it's not necessarily because of the school-based capacity needs. However, there are capacity costs at other schools where as this school gets built with excess capacity,
those seats can then be used to relieve pressures at other schools. So we're capturing those capacity costs. It's just not the full West Side Elementary School of $50 million that's plugged into this analysis. So that's just sort of to be noted and to appreciate as you're thinking, as you're looking at the results. So again, we have these three scenarios. The base growth scenario is updated from Weldon Cooper. It's about around that 0.9% over the 20 years. We project non-residential growth as well, and that's at a 0.4% growth rate year over year. The alternative scenario is higher residential growth at 2%, non-residential growth at 1%. The second alternative with a highest growth of the three scenarios is 3% residential growth and 1.5% non-residential growth. So what does this look like in terms of the numbers? We model actual specific numbers. We're not rounding things, so you'll see very, very exact and specific numbers. What you're looking at here is the starting point, and then each of those scenarios, what we're assuming as net new growth. So the total is by year 20, for instance, for the base scenario population, of a base year population, that 40,000 and change, we add 7,700, so we're at about 48,000 and change by year 20. So those two added together, and then each of the others would be the same. So we have here, again, the housing units population, and then those public school enrollment projections, which are taken directly from the school study. What does this mean in terms of the fiscal impact results, or the bottom line, where this ends up over 20 years? So this is cumulative results, fiscal impact results over 20 years. What you're looking at here is revenues in the blue, expenditures in the red, and then green, the net fiscal impact. So 20 years worth of accumulated revenues from this growth that we're modeling year over year, the expenditures that are needed to serve that growth, both in operating and capital needs, and then what's the difference? So there's revenues, expenditures, what's the difference at the end of the day? So our base year scenario shows essentially a fiscal positive, a net surplus with that amount of growth, that there's sufficient revenue that's generated from that amount of growth to cover those operating and capital expenditures. The higher growth scenario at that 2% growth rate shows a slight deficit, so about a $6 million deficit. It's really the number, again, we're not assuming inflation, so this is current dollars, but this a slight deficit, I would say almost fiscally neutral in that second scenario. And then the third scenario, a deeper deficit. And these are really driven by the capital needs. Because as you get to these higher growth scenarios, there are additional capital infrastructure needs that are triggered, that we reach those thresholds, and we need to build additional school seats, we need to build more fire stations, we need to expend more dollars for road improvements. So on an annual basis, and this is year over year, revenues minus expenditures in each year, we don't carry over one to the other, it's just year over year. In a budget situation for the county, you would not be carrying a deficit. You need to balance your budget, so you would not be in a deficit. But what you're looking at here is sort of the timeline when those things start to, when it kind of switches from a net positive to a negative in terms of the revenues being insufficient to cover those expenditures. I should note, too, that capital expenditures are assumed to be debt financed, so it's a little bit of a smoother expenditure over time, and then those debt service payments start to accumulate. So you'll see here what types of things, and again, kind of pointing out the capital piece of the puzzle, that where those expenditures by scenario, the base scenario is the blue, the higher growth, that second scenario is in the red, and then the highest growth in green. So sort of, again, where those dips in the results, where expenditures are more than revenues, and kind of spiking in those places because of school capital expenditures, park capital expenditures, fire capital expenditures. And this is kind of, there's a lot of colors here, but if you kind of focus in on the three chunks of information, this is our first scenario, second scenario, and third scenario, which is sort of the continuum of capital expenditures and what's needed year over year. And so in this first scenario, we kind of have
a more, a kind of a intermittent sheriff capital expenditure need. In the second scenario, this becomes more regular. We add in general government space needed, and more, an earlier fire needs. And so you kind of see, again, as the growth occurs quicker, those things come online and those needs come online earlier, and there is also more of them with more growth.
I had a question about that.
Mhm.
Can you go back?
Yep.
So in the base scenario, you have parks realizing a need prior to the higher growth rate scenarios, actually.
Yeah, and it's a good question, and the way that we're modeling this is the need, it's not necessarily the amount, it's the timing. So we're modeling the need that trips that threshold. So I want to say, let's say for instance, there's a 20-acre park. So that we're saying the first scenario needs 20 acres, the second scenario needs, let's say 10. The first scenario needs 10, the second scenario needs 20, and so we're triggering that at the 10 and then triggering the other one at the 20, so it's a little bit later.
All right.
And again, it's not necessarily the amount. There is a figure in the report that lays out the actual, the actual acreages and dock costs, et cetera.
Thank you.
And then finally, just on an average annual basis, kind of following on that those annual results, that really, again, the first 10, this is showing first 10 years in each of the scenarios, the second, so first 10 years in the darker shading, the second 10 and the full 20-year average annual. So just essentially taking the results, dividing by 10 years, and then 20 years. And so really the key here is that first 10 years, for the most part in each of these scenarios, it's positive. It's, sufficient revenues are generating, you can cover those expenditures. As time goes on, again, debt service payments start to increase. The revenues are not sufficient to continue to cover that impact and what has occurred in those previous years. So that gets deeper in each of the faster growth scenarios. So bottom line, the base scenario produces fiscally positive results. The other scenarios showing net deficits. The projected growth at these faster rates, again, do not generate sufficient revenues to cover both operating and capital at that current level of service. And again, the capital assumptions are really what the main driver for the negative results. I mentioned about West Side Elementary. It's not included as a wholly one lump sum cost in there, but those capacity needs that are needed at other schools could be used, could be relieved from West Side's additional capacity. And then again, the second half of this timeline really is where the deficits start to get worse and deepen because of debt service costs and the additional continuation of those costs. And I should say too that there is some amount of sensitivity to this analysis. Property tax is your main source of revenue. We've assumed an average value for a single family in this analysis, and we did a little bit of testing on the valuations. The value used across the board for single family units, and we have single family, multifamily, so there's a difference there. But single family at $400,000 per unit. If we increase that to $425,000, that second scenario turns positive. If we increase it to 440, that third scenario turns positive. So it is quite an amount of sensitivity to from property tax because it is the main source of revenue for operating and for capital. And so again, this is based on a set of assumptions, but changing those assumptions would have the effect of making those changes to the analysis or to the findings. So happy to take further questions and discussion.
A lot of information taken.
Right. All right. You got any questions?
Quite a bit to digest, but no.
Quite a bit.
Take a while to digest all this.
Well, I mean, I'll say I appreciate you tying together the school study and the one that we commissioned, obviously, with the county, since we, are one body.
Yes.
Essentially, it does help that now all those numbers match, and I think they'll be useful tools for us as we move forward.
Great, good. Yeah,
Thanks
no,
for
I
coming back
appreciate it.
again.
And I appreciate the patience with all of the process and the work efforts. And it's been, I'm glad we can tie it up and have a consistent and aligned product on both sides.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, moving right along. County Attorney's report.
That's the wrong one.
Wrong one.
The,
That's how I learned about it.
it was on here. Anyway, I'll just start.
Is
Um,
is it Article
Yeah, I got it.
14?
I found it.
Okay.
Before Robert Floyd, our current finance director, came on board, Mrs. Wells and I started the process of looking through our procurement policy. At the time, we had lost our procurement officer, and so we became the procurement team. And when we did that, we found that there were many items in the policy that had not been updated to match state code. I have not created a PowerPoint, and I am not going to show you a Word document that's 50 pages long of what happened with that. When Mrs. Wells left, we had a procurement officer who continued to help me edit the process. And then luckily for the county, when our newest hire, Mr. Floyd, came on board, he was fluent in procurement. And so he took what we had, made some more edits, and what is in your packet is an amendment to the county's policy. Most of the changes were to bring it in line with state code. The other was, it had multiple duplications of the same language throughout the policy that over time became conflicting. One got edited, the other did not. So we have streamlined that. What I did want to show is we have created a matrix that hopefully will, and he has actually started training videos for staff, because again, he's on this. But we have created this matrix that shows, just by example, if you have for goods or non-professional services and non-transportation constructions, anything under $10,000, you can get an oral or written quote. You only need to solicit one vendor. You do the best with. From $10,000 to $200,000 for the same thing, you have to send out a request for quotes. And you have to solicit 3. Again, it's the low bidder that's responsive. Before, this was contradictory. We had requirements for 4. They had to, you had to get responses from 4, not solicit 4. We often solicit somebody they never call back. They've worked for the county before and they just don't call back. And the same thing, anything over $200,000, you have to put it out on a IFB or RFP. For professional services, and all of these are what the state has upped their limits to. So for professional services, $80,000, you can do it through the RFP and just negotiate. But then if it's over that, it's the true RFP. Construction, it's got to be an RFQ for up to $25,000. If it's transportation, if it's above that, you have to do the standard IFB. That is really the bulk of it. It was getting those numbers in line and then just clarifying the language. I know it's in your agenda packet. It's a big document, but I would recommend that it be adopted. If you have questions, we can. I would have brought this to you at a work session, but we're not going to have a work session in February, and we're just trying to get this adopted. I'm confident that it is where it needs to be, and I suspect because the state is, we have as they say, a new sheriff coming into town in Richmond this weekend, and I suspect we will see a slew of changes because of just the different party being in, and we'll bring them to you hopefully on a much more frequent basis than one that has gone through several years of editing.
So when you talk about the 0 to 10,000 or under 10,000, did it read that the department heads have the authority to spend that amount of money, I guess with the direction or your approval, right? Is that what I was
Well,
reading?
this is more before we get to that point. This is how we get certain vendors or how we get to certain services. But yes, we do have authority to spend certain amounts of money depending on.
I mean, the department head.
They're not, at that level, it's still coming through procurement for approval. It's just that they only have to get one quote to give to procurement.
Oh, okay.
They do the, actually, the way our procedure's working now, if you want to purchase something that is above whatever your internal P-card limit is to be able to buy, you put in a request through a purchasing email that we have, and it comes to the purchasing department. They coordinate, and a lot of times, I'll use Tony Wilson. He knows how to do this. He already has his quotes in hand when he comes to procurement and says, here are my 3 quotes. This is the low bidder. She then prepares the necessary paperwork, which I sign off on, and either the procurement officer has the authority to sign, but on the larger things, we get Don's signature. The procurement officer and Don are the only parties in the county that are allowed to execute the contract.
Okay.
I think you might have been referring to like smaller purchases, just.
Yeah, in the first part of that manual, that's what I thought I read, that, you know, a department head could spend up to 10,000, but not go over 10,000, but he had to spend it, you know, he had to authorize it.
It still goes through procurement.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so we need a motion to,
I have 3 comments before we make a motion. They're purely editorial in nature, but on page, I don't know, point number 9, there is not one, right? So you're starting at the beginning of the document under section 1.32.3, and then you go down, you got a 8, no 9, you got a 10.
All right, so 1 point, I'm sorry, give me the section number or.
1.32.3.
One, two, three.
Right.
Got it. I will have that corrected.
Secondly, just, I have not read every word of this document, but what I can tell by just letting my eyes rest on it is there are multiple, again, editorial in nature, but multiple fonts, sizes, the formatting. I think you gave a disclaimer at the beginning, but the formatting is not good at all and does not match. And then the signature page is the only thing on the page, on the last page, and I know you're never supposed to do that. After the chart, it's the only thing is the date and the signature line.
Well, there's nothing that says you can't do that, but if that's something, if.
I was always telling a business, you don't ever just sign a blank piece of paper.
Attached to something.
Yeah.
But,
Anyway, take it for what it's worth. You fix it or don't. I don't think, it doesn't materially change the document.
I have no concern after approval of correcting font. I will not change, now, again, I can correct a typographical error. A 9 that has nothing with it can be corrected. I would not change text without your approval. But if the motion to approve is to correct the I guess the formatting of this document to be uniform, I can do that, and we can take care of that.
I think Ms. Roundtree has a point. I mean, looking at a document and other people are looking at it, and, you know, we're gonna adopt something that isn't even formatted right and has some real issues. I think most of us, if we had turned this into somebody above us, would have been, they wouldn't have been happy. So, and I know you're very, Bobby, Mr. Jones, I think the world of you. But maybe we need to get together with staff and make sure that presentations are better.
So we can make a motion to approve it, given editorial change, not editorial change, but formatting changes.
Formatting changes.
Yeah, I'd like to make that motion to approve, with formatting changes.
Okay, any in readiness?
No comment.
Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. He got it.
I tried with the PowerPoint. Mr. Jefferson had asked that I give a short presentation just back to proffers, and particularly residential cash proffers. Since we have two new board members, and it's an ever-changing area of the law. So first, what are proffers? They're voluntary conditions offered by a property owner during a rezoning application to mitigate the impacts of new development, impacts on schools, roads, etc. Conditions can include limitations on future use of the site, such as density. So I will not build more than 100 units, or specific land uses. I will not have a cannabis store, but I will have other businesses. And then on or off-site improvements or cash proffers, as I said, to go towards improvements to mitigate damages. Proffers do not include, would not include development improvements such as parking or landscaping requirements, utility requirements, or other site improvements that are already in the state code or our county code. You know, if I have to have so many parking spaces, I'm not going to proffer that I will proffer that I will give you the number of parking spaces that's required. I may give you more than is required, but I would not do what is already required. That is not a proper proffer. A voluntary cash proffer is offered by the property owner in a zoning application to mitigate impacts of new development on local public infrastructure to increase the capacity needed by that development. This helps us fund capital improvements for public facilities that is strained by that new growth. Again, it's not my PowerPoint unless there's some odd highlighting in it for no reason. This is governed, cash proffers are governed primarily by 15.2.2303.4. That creates a reasonable standard for residential proffers. That is that the proffers are unreasonable unless they address an impact that is specifically attributable to the proposed development. It directly addresses a need for a public facility improvement in excess of the current capacity. There was an effort to amend this definition to allow consideration of approved but not yet developed projects in the capacity discussion. Unfortunately, this amendment failed. We look at capacity at the time the application is before you, and you don't look at if 10 projects have been approved but haven't put students in the schools. It doesn't matter. You look at what the capacity is at the time of the application. Proffers are made for existing public facilities can only be accepted if they expand the capacity of that facility. Renovations or remodels that don't expand capacity don't qualify. And then the development must receive a direct benefit from the improvement. Localities are restricted on how we can use that cash proffer. Funds can only be accepted for improvements to roads or transportation improvements, schools, public safety, and parks and recreational facilities. Again, there was an effort to amend that code section to include buses, furniture, capital equipment as items that could be addressed, but again, that failed. Proffers only apply to developments requiring a rezoning case or a proffer condition amendment. A locality must have capacity expansion projects, CIP projects, in the adopted CIP to accept proffers. We've had that discussion here recently. If it's not in your CIP, there's nothing to base the cost of that proffer on. And that's how, and I'll get to that in a minute. Cash payments for residential construction can only be collected after the final inspection and before the CO is issued for that property. So they proffer today, and we get paid the proffers as the units are sold, and the person is moving in. The purpose of this was to curb what was perceived as excessively high, or the new standard was because of excessively high standardized proffer demands, some reaching almost $45,000 on homes in Northern Virginia. They just said it's going to be this, and there was no basis for that. It was just an ever-increasing number. We can't rely on a blanket one-size-fits-all cash proffer policy. Each project requires a specific impact analysis. And that requires the developer and us to engage in a data-driven, legally defensible process to determine the appropriate amount of proffers. So here's an example of an unreasonable proffer: a blanket contribution to the capital improvement plan without a specific link. I'm just going to give you X number of dollars. Contributions to an unapproved public facility that's not one of the 4 types that we're allowed to use. For capacity expansion projects that aren't in the CIP, or a proffer that just went to general operations, or has to be a capacity improvement. Here is a way that we would calculate a proffer. The developer proposes a 100-unit single-family subdivision. The impact study determines it's going to add 20 new students to the existing 500-student elementary school that's at 98%. So that means that 500 students at 98% means they have capacity for another 10 students, because 10% of 5 is, 10% of, or 1% of 500 is 5 students, so that'd be 10 students. The proposed development places the school 10 students over capacity. The county has a 1,000-student elementary school in its CIP at a cost of $50 million, which is $50,000 a seat. The developer proffers $500,000, 50,000 times 10 students, which would result in a $5,000 per unit specifically to fund the construction of the new school. So that's how you calculate what the dollar amount would be. Under 15.2.2303.4, this would be reasonable. It is specifically attributable. The proffer is based on the calculated number of students generated by the new 100 units. It's capacity-based need. It's in excess of existing capacity, so the school's nearly full, so that creates the need for expansion. A direct and material benefit to the new development. The residents of the new subdivision are going to use the school, so that's the clear benefit. It's one of the approved 4 categories. And the capital improvement focus. The funds are for a permanent capital improvement, a new school, rather than unapproved operating expenses. Any questions?
Have we ever been offered proffers for any of the other 3 categories other than schools, like for parks or fire and rescue? Or?
I believe there may have been
What did it, in Windsor, when the guy went back from 5 buildings to 4 buildings, didn't he offer a park up?
he offered a park. We didn't
ask for
it
it,
didn't
no.
end up doing it. But
It wasn't a proffer, you just added it in.
But now, there are always road improvements that are proffered. But as far as have we had a fire, I don't think we have.
It's difficult because of the amount of equipment and apparatus and stuff that we have. Doesn't add to capacity or service. We're already maxed out. So it kind of ties our hands on equipment and stuff that we already have.
So the equipment has to expand capacity as well.
Well,
It's gotta improve services, right?
But it's got to expand the capacity of being able to provide services.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
All right.
All right, next on the agenda would be,
I'm sorry, I have one other thing under my report. It wasn't listed, but it's come to staff's attention that Mr. Acree had some travel vouchers that he submitted, as he has always submitted, But as I said, we have new finance staff, and in review of the finance policy, some of his vouchers would have been time, or they were submitted late. But at no fault of Mr. Akery, it's what he has always done. But in catching that, as opposed to just glossing over the policy, I think the appropriate thing to do is, for us to look at the policy to see if some changes need to be made, but this body has the ability to waive policy, and I would suggest on this particular occasion that it waives section 1.4 of the travel policy to allow staff to process his travel vouchers.
Given that, I'd like to make a motion to authorize a one-time waiver of the travel policy, section 1.4, due to extenuating circumstances.
All right, and then readiness? Ms. Kay?
Mr. Akery?
I'll abstain.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right, now we're moving to item 13, public hearings. A, revision to the 2026 to 35 CIP.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you had requested a public hearing with regard to the CIP to make some minor revisions to the FY 26 to 35 CIP. It's partly based on some adjustments that the schools had made recently. And so I've invited Dr. Chris Coleman to speak to those adjustments that the schools have made, because I think that'll give you the information, or at least the background on the requested revisions to the CIP.
All right, Mr. Chair, School Board, Board of Supervisors members. We do have a school board meeting going on. I'm going to leave here and go directly there right after this. But as Mr. Robertson stated, I was asked to try to wrap up everything that's been going on for the last several months. There's been a lot of moving parts and a lot of changing parts of that. So what I'm going to try to do with this update is actually sum up everything. I have a couple of slides beforehand to inform you of some other actions that are going on at this time too. And then we'll go from there. And at any time, you can stop me and ask questions pertaining to this, just to ensure that we're getting the full concept of what's going on. But first, I want to talk to you about the School Construction Assistance Program. Of course, as you can see, the SCAP is what it's called. It's a competitive state-funded capital grant, and it's administered directly by the Commonwealth of Virginia. You have to apply for this grant, and you have to apply for against all other counties in the state. And when we did apply, we applied for 3 different areas. All 3 of those areas was on the CIP, the approved school board CIP. It was the Smithville High School band room renovation expansion, the Windsor High School HVAC system replacement, and the Windsor Elementary School replacement. We received the grant, so we did get the grant, and we're looking for the superintendent's memo that should come out at any time so that we can actually distribute that. But we do have the preliminary information, and we were awarded $14 million to award the West Side Elementary School replacement from the SCAP grant. So more information will follow once we have the superintendent memo in hand, so we can move forward with that.
Do you recall us ever getting something like of this size before?
No, I think it was 5 years ago. I think it was all localities received some sort of grant, just based off of the population and based off of their composite index. I think we received 2.8 million, but it was reduced to 2.4 million, which led to all of the interior construction and different things that we're doing. So that was the last time, but I think all entities received that at this time. But normally, our composite index is a little higher, so we don't receive this grant. But it was this weekend. So it was a great, a lot of help from the finance department to help us to receive this.
And if I'm not
One
mistaken, I believe we were the third highest.
We're the third highest, absolutely.
Recipient in the state.
Yes, it was two areas, two counties in front of us, and our closest was Newport News. I think they received 20 million, and it was another entity that received a little bit more.
So is the 14 million, is that a recommendation or is that appropriation?
That is going to be an appropriation.
Okay,
That's going to be a direct appropriation.
okay.
So once we get a little bit more information from the state concerning it, that's when we'll push that information out. And then we'll push it out to the board first, and then, of course, it will come to the Board of Supervisors to let you know and understand the timelines and the constraints that are tied in with that. All right. Next is the industry standards. What I want to do is make sure that we're all on the same page with the industry standards of how we build, how we look at construction from a school point of view. Of course, I fall back directly to the VDOE, the School Construction Cost Data. This is the website that I go to really research how much is the average high school going for, how much is the middle school going for, how much is the square footage that we're building the new elementary schools, and different things of that nature. The points that I want to really emphasize was the major building systems, useful life is between 20 and 40 years. That's your boilers, your chillers, and items of that nature. Schools exceeding 40 to 50 years with original or in-life systems are generally candidates, and the key word is candidate, for replacement, not a piecemeal renovation. So I went a little bit further in depth just to let you know the differences between what the state believes is a renovation or a replacement. When systems are within it's all about cost. If the cost remains below 50%, then we'll look for a renovation. And if the cost exceeds 50 to 60%, that's when you look for a replacement. So just to put that in your mind is when we're coming to you talking about school construction, different things of that nature, that is the basis of where we're coming from. It will always come from the VDOE School Construction Data website. All right. What you see before you is all of the items that we've been looking at and working through for the past 18 months. FBR regulation, the Tishler Bice study, Smithville High School, Smithville Middle School renovation, West Side replacement. And a lot of times we're looking at this in its own silo. But all of these items go together to form a picture. And what I'm about to do is paint that picture for you. I'm going to try to walk through this. I've tried to water down the information because it's a lot. But I'm trying to make it very plainly so that we all are on the same page moving forward. All right, so the starting point is FBR-HR, which is a regulation used by the school division to guide decisions about school facilities. Now, FBR helps answer basic questions from the school division as how many students can a school in the division realistically serve? When is the school considered crowded or underused? When should grade levels or attendance areas be adjusted or rezoned? But it does not take the place of budget adoption decisions. This does not take the place. The school board will still vote on everything. Just because this is in place, it doesn't jump over the school board decisions. Now, FBR is important because it creates one consistent way to measure capacity across all schools. Without it, different groups might use different definitions of capacity. And that's what we have found over the last 18 months to 24 months, different measures of capacity, which can lead to confusion and inconsistent decisions. That's what we face. FBR looks at program capacity, and I will say again, program capacity, meaning how a building is actually used for instruction. This includes grade levels served, class sizes, schedules, special programs, special education classrooms, and things of that nature. It also considers operational capacity, and I think we're mixed up on operational capacity. This is such things as hallways, cafeterias, bus traffic, and safety vestibules. We can't add in those areas of square footage and consider it as a program capacity because it's not used as program. It's needed for the building, but you can't actually say that we have this much space because it's not a classroom, it's not an instructional area. In short, FBR sets the rules and standards for evaluating whether schools are functioning as intended. All right, now we're moving to Tishler Bice. Tischler Bice, as it applied and how it moved into the scenario. Now, once FBR established how capacity should be measured, the division used Tischler Bice study to apply the rules using the real data. As the young lady stated earlier, it was the data sets that we needed. That is what we needed because every decision will be based on data. Tischler Bice study looked at student growth from new housing, as she stated earlier, enrollment trends over time, and how many students in each school is serving compared to its capacity. The study provided an independent, data-driven picture of how growth is affecting the schools now and in the future. Now, the Smithville High School jumped that a lot of individuals seen from 84% to 104%. What occurred? Why did it jump from 84% to 104%? All right, when the Tischler Bice study was first applied in the very beginning, Smithville High School appeared to be operating at 84% capacity. The number only counted classrooms physically located inside of Smithville High School building. If it was not inside the Smithville High School building, it wasn't counted. That is why it was at 84%. However, years ago, to increase capacity, Smithville High School began using classrooms at Smithville Middle School, and that's what one of the gentlemen that came up was referring to. We started using classrooms at Smithville Middle School because the population of Smithville High School. It ended up as of 2026 as 20 classrooms being used at Smithville Middle School. So to understand, we were calculating 84% off of all of the space inside of Smithville High School. We didn't calculate the 20 classrooms that were being used at Smithville Middle School. So that's why we went from 84% to 104 when Tischler Bice came in with the data-driven and we calculated the capacity for all of Smithville High School. It's sitting at 104%. All right. What this actually is effectively borrowing space from one school to help another school. Now, the Tischler Bice study reflects the reality so decision makers can see the true level of strain that's on Smithville High School. Because once again, if we push those 20 classrooms back, there will not be space. Now, the Smithville Middle School capacity problem, and this one is going to get a little tricky. Because Smithville High School is using 20 classrooms at Smithville Middle School, those rooms are not available for middle school students. This creates a ripple effect across the division. Of course, regulation FBR, we're trying to align the whole division. Pre-K through 5, pre-K through 5, pre-K through 5 for all elementary schools. 6, 7, and 8 for all middle schools. 9 through 12 for all high schools. At this time, Smithville Middle School is 7 through 8. Georgie Towler is 6, 7, and 8. So once again, that is out of alignment. So when we go to provide instruction in those schools, have to think about it. We can go and provide instruction at Georgia Towler a lot easier than Smithville Middle School because you have to break off and then come back over the west side. It's just an instructional, it's a logistical item just to think about. Now, as long as Smithville High School relies on Smithville Middle School classroom, Smithville Middle School cannot fully service all grade levels. We can't. The division has less flexibility to move or realign student. This is where the connection to West Side Elementary becomes critical. I told you it's just going to keep going. This is when West Side comes in. West Side currently serves grades 4 through 6. The replacement school is planned for pre-K through 5. Along with the alignment of all elementary schools, pre-K through 5, which aligns with the modern elementary design consistent across the division. However, moving West Side to pre-K through 5 creates a clear question. Where do the 6th graders go? Under normal conditions, Smithville Middle School will have enough capacity to absorb those students. But because Smithville High School is using the classrooms, the 20 classrooms at Smithville Middle School, the space is not available. All right. Now, why does all of this overlap? FBR sets the rules of how capacity is defined. Tischler Bice applies the rules and reveals the real capacity problems. Smithville High School is over capacity when students housed at Smithfield Middle School are included. Smithfield Middle School cannot absorb sixth grade while Smithfield High School is still there. Westside Pre-K through 5 creates the sixth grade gap that cannot be solved without addressing Smithfield High School, Smithfield Middle School. And I know we just ran in a big loop, but I was trying to make sure that we all understood how all of this overlaps with itself.
So
Yes, sir.
you speak of the ripple effect in this loop. So just a few years ago, when we did Hardy Elementary, this board, of course, you're all the experts, we're not, we just try to find out how we're gonna pay for it and all that. So the capacity, one of the things that this board was proud of, is not only did we bring a new school online, we also added to capacity. So when y'all realign, what's gonna be the capacity of Hardy? Because when you look at a school, say like Carrollton, that'll be pre-K through 5. Then you look at Westside, which is a lot bigger than Carrollton. What's gonna be the capacity at Hardy?
The capacity,
You know, what I mean, the ripple effect, we're going this way. I want to go back towards the shoreline here.
I understand.
What would be the capacity, when y'all realign, we're gonna have a bunch of empty classrooms in a brand-new school that we just paid millions of dollars for, or is it's gonna be full too?
It will,
Hardy.
no school, based off of FBR, no school should be at full capacity.
So what would it be?
any longer.
What would
will
it
at
be?
least go back down to 80 to 85%.
It'll still be 85% with the size of that school.
It all depends how the rezoning, I don't know exactly how we're gonna rezone or what areas we will rezone, but I'm just stating from the FBR perspective, what will happen, it will rezone back down to 75 to 80 to 85%. We have to rezone back down.
I am interested, just again, I realize this is stuff that is not my forte.
Absolutely.
But we, as a community, thought we really did something with Hardy.
Absolutely.
Because we were adding capacity to the system.
Yes.
And it seems what we've done is push that over, let's push it up this way. I mean, I'm not, no ill, because y'all are the experts, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
But I would like to know what the capacity of this brand-new school is gonna be when we do the realignment.
Absolutely. And that poses a great question. I'm gonna give you this example that we've used before. A high school class averages out 24 students. Okay? Let's just say that was 2021. We used this class, and it was 24 students in it. All right. We moved on. Now we're using a elementary class. Now we changed this classroom to elementary. Now we can only have 18 students in that class. Now we move on to the next year. We're going to use the same exact class, but we're going to use it for CTE. Now it drops down to maybe, if it's a specific welding class, now we're dropping down to 12 or maybe 14. Same exact square footage, same exact capacity. Now we're going to use this for next year. We're going to use this classroom for SPED. So now we drop down to 8 kids. So capacity flows and your questions are solid
No
questions.
doubt, and I'm sure you'll include that. I just like to know how many
Absolutely.
empty classrooms we'll have, if any,
Yes.
at Hardy.
Yes.
When this is over.
And as you already know, the SPED population does increase every single year, but those numbers will be provided for you. But I just want everyone to understand that a classroom is a classroom, but understand when we start maneuvering things.
Depends on its purpose and
Yes.
need. So wasn't IT at one time, weren't they located at Smithfield High School?
IT was located first at Westside, in the wing of Westside, and then it was moved to Smithfield High School.
And
Yes.
when did they vacate? Or when did they, and where did they go?
They moved over to new central office at the school administration office, and they vacated, over Christmas break was their final move.
Okay. Were they in classrooms or just office space?
They were in classrooms at that time. It took over the back wing, I don't know if you, right beside Smithfield Auditorium on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
That's where they're located at. It was at 3.5 classrooms that they took up.
But you put those back into service.
Yes, those are being put back into service at this time.
Good stuff. Thank you for your
No
answer.
problem. All right. So, just as a wrap-up, projects must be included in the CIP. Mr. Jones did a very good job of going through that to be eligible for school proffers. Now, you already know, he already went over the factors of why it had to be added, how it needs to be added, different things of that nature. Identified and adopted on the CIP. Clearly connected to enrollment, growth, and capacity needs. Without revising the CIP, which the school board has done, without revising it, Smithfield High School being over capacity, the need to restore Smithfield Middle School classrooms, and the grade level impacts of the West Side pre-K investment, the related projects would not have met eligibility requirements for proffer considerations. And revising the CIP ensures that capacity needs are documented using FBR and Tischler-Bice data. Projects are aligned with long-range growth. Funding decisions are transparent and defensible, and the division preserves its ability to use proffers appropriately. So overall, that is why everything overlaps, but I hope y'all get a clearer picture of the last 2 years, things popping up and us trying to work through that process. Are there any questions on that information? Also, go right here.
So, I'm sorry,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Jefferson.
Go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah.
You talked about redistricting or
Rezoning.
rezoning, I'm sorry. And having been a person, where I lived when I first built my house, Carrollton Elementary was our elementary school. Wife and I both worked on the peninsula, so it was like perfect. If we needed to go get the kids for a doctor's appointment, any of that, we could be there in a relatively good amount of time, get back to the peninsula, back to work. We were rezoned to Windsor, which, if I may say, was nothing wrong with Carrollton, but it was wonderful. The teachers there were awesome. But the travel distance was pretty intense, and to the point it affected our family. But that's okay, that's what happens. So my question is, I get it, nobody wants to be inconvenienced. We certainly didn't. If I could have raised Cain and changed something, I'm sure I would have back in the day.
Absolutely.
Particularly before I met the teachers out at Windsor. But what defines that? I realize that, give my family as an example, when we would have to go to a doctor's appointment with the kids out at Windsor, our day was done. I mean, I couldn't go back to work. There just was no time. But that's just the way it goes. So I get it. Everybody's going to get upset when you talk about, and I really get it, when you talk about redistricting.
Absolutely.
But what defines redistricting, and is there a standard as far as how far out you can go for a school? Because we are in a very unusual situation that our county is a little lopsided when it comes to its growth and all.
Right.
What do y'all use for a standard to where a parent like me that's upset because now I can't take my kids to doctor's appointment without taking a whole day off, where we say, sorry for the acreage, that's just the way it goes. So how do y'all manage that?
Just very lightly, I'll allow Dr. Kramer to go more in depth with that, but just very lightly, we have several standards. Some with the transportation office, we try to keep every ride under 45 minutes, every walk under 0.02 mile, 0.2 of a mile to get to the bus stop and to get the child to school. But overall, it is numbers. It is the numbers in the grade levels. So therefore, one thing that a lot of individuals didn't see, but those that were affected in the neighborhoods, was when we realigned for Hardy. There was several whole subdivisions on the Carrollton Inn that were directed to Carrollton that now go to Hardy Elementary School. Right. And it was working with a gentleman from your staff. I forgot his name, but he helps out with the GIS systems and different things of that nature. And we literally work with him to help redesign student population. You move the line, it shows you how many third graders and fourth graders will go there. You move the line this way, how many first graders and second graders. It is a great system. Right. So it's not bean counting how it used to be. It's all as a technology advance. So that's what we used the last time. And that's what I believe we use the next time. But I'll let Dr. Kramer get a little bit more into how he feels it's going to be.
Awesome.
Dr. Coleman, if you rebalance the grades and redraw the zoning lines, or
I messed you up, I'm sorry.
You're fine. I was second guessing myself. If we do that, won't that eliminate some cost that we bear currently because of situations like Supervisor Acree just said, where because of the way the lines are right now, the way the lines fell in the rezoning, that we're busing children further? I mean, I know you have a limit, an upper limit or a bar for that, but won't we create some efficiency by creating some capacity in the elementary level?
Right. There will always be room for creating efficiency. The growth, once you start looking at the growth on the northern end as it applies to the schools, a lot of times it gets a little bit more lopsided than the growth on the south, meaning some of the redistricting lines, rezoning lines that is for Windsor Elementary School, they go all the way up to the backside of Hardy. Or we look at Carsville, which runs all the way up to the backside of Smithfield High School, in order just to get the number of students needed to make sure that we continue on. So it gets a little foggy in that, but once again, using those systems, we try to make sure that we keep the kids off the bus over 45 minutes. That's the overall goal.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm good now, I'm good.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson.
All right, Ms. Elliott, you got anything you want to say?
No, I agree with what's been said, and it goes way back when I was on the school board. Like you said earlier, you thought West Side should have been built before Hardy. And I thought myself that, because West Side was in such bad shape. I don't know if it would create any different problems than what you have right now. But I think by doing this, like you said, there's 20 classrooms that's going to have to be looked at Smithfield High School one way or another,
Right.
to make this whole thing work. Which 20 classrooms would be a whole lot cheaper than a Smithfield High School.
Right, and I would ask everyone to go out and look at the new high school they just built in, I believe, either Norfolk or Newport News.
Yeah.
That was a $220 million high school.
And that's about the size.
Yes, sir. Once you see that, now I'm pretty sure they had some bells and whistles, but high schools are running maybe 175
Yep,
to 200. But once again, you can do your research, go out there, look on the site, and you can see it yourself. Also wanted to point out, thank you for bringing this up also, what we're shooting for, what we're requesting from the school board is not just 20 classrooms, but 30 classrooms.
Yes.
Reason being is 20 classrooms will fulfill what we need right now.
That gives you that 80-85%.
Absolutely. The extra 10 will apply for growth.
Which some of these developments coming in, if you
Right.
look at them and look at what she just talked about a while ago,
Absolutely.
if you go with the same amount that you would benefit you right now,
Absolutely.
by the time a couple of those dwellings got finished, you'd be behind the 8 ball again.
Absolutely. And as my first slide had, with the 40 years, you're looking at another school right now. We don't think of it in that nature, but Smithfield High School was built in 1980. We're looking at 45 years right there without a renovation, without a large renovation. Of course, we did some work on the media center at one time, but so just keep that in mind.
What I can't understand is, even some of the last projects that came through, when you look at the impact survey, the schools, I mean, you said it was overcrowded, but the schools say is no impact, the development will have no impact on the school. So the two don't jive out.
Yeah, and that's what Mr. Jones was alluding to. You know, that's a state law, you know. Yeah. So, I mean, as long as that law is in place the way it's in place, as Mr. Jones said, you can get right up to the limit and build 100 homes, but if you don't affect it, you're not counted in. And then on and on and on and on. So, yes.
So my understanding is, for example, high schools, there's certain standards, not just for classroom sizes and all, because it's a high school as
Right.
opposed to, say, an elementary school, middle school. If we add those additional classrooms, there's going to be other parts of the infrastructure that the state requires for our educational standards that we'd also have to add to the structure, other than just the classrooms themselves?
Based off of
Like another
educational-
gymnasium and things like that
No,
based on
no,
capacity?
that's not going to be a requirement.
Okay.
That will not be an instructional requirement. The only requirements would be to update all of the piping and everything up to today's standards from everything that we're doing, but that's not going to be a requirement. I understand what you're saying. Do we have to build another football field? Do we have to build another gym? Yes, something of that
I mean,
nature.
most of the time you see those extra classrooms, a lot of times you'll see they'll add another gym because I'm sure there's already challenges with that one gym they
Right,
have.
absolutely. Now, that's something that we want to explore, that's fine, but it's not an instructional
It's not a
requirement. Yes, sir.
Very good.
There was one thing that I found out later was, Smithfield High School was built as a shell.
Yes.
It's just a shell building. You
It
can take
is.
every wall out of that whole school.
I remember
Take
when it was
back.
built, and we went there, didn't we?
Yeah.
Well, you didn't go there.
That whole thing was a shell, and they
Yeah.
put walls in, partition walls, and
That's
you can
exactly
go there and take the partition walls out, open them up, close them up, whatever you need to do, without building a whole new school.
Mm-hmm.
I think it needs a little dress up, you know, spruced up a little bit on the outside, but I think structurally, that's the same school.
It is.
It was
Structurally,
built
it
there.
is. Yes, sir. You're absolutely correct.
So Dr. Coleman, in 2025 terms, what is the current projected cost to replace West Side?
What just for everyone to understand, I base everything off of 450 square feet. 450 square feet is a median. Once again, if you go on the VDOE cost analysis, you're gonna have some schools for $491 a square foot, and you're gonna have some schools maybe at $433 a square foot. So I always base everything off 450, kind of a median area. And that's gonna be dependent upon your site selection, depending upon what goes into your groundwork. And if you're far away from water supplies and electrical, it's gonna be higher. And if you're closer to them, it's gonna be lower. And if you find something while you're doing your construction, it's gonna be more expensive. So it all goes into the site work. It's easier to say $450 a square foot and then just base it off of your square footage of the school.
I'm gonna ask this question, maybe you can't answer it. But I guess you have to wait for the school board to prioritize. So we're talking 3 projects, cost of project. Are you all gonna prioritize anything, or are you shooting to try to have everything done at one time?
Right.
Because we have to look at the big picture
Yes, sir.
of county needs versus school and do what we can actually afford to do.
Yes, sir. And I think I'm gonna take you up on what you stated first. I'm gonna have to wait till the school board really works through it
Okay.
and then get back to you on exactly the process and the procedures that they will use.
Mr. Chairman, I would note, for purposes of the public hearing that you're going to have, the adjustments that were made were to adjust the amounts as relates to the proposed West Side Elementary
Okay, enough of that.
to add Smithfield High School renovations. And so we timed it out such that the West Side Elementary construction would occur beginning in FY 26-27. And then that would go over into FY 27-28. And then the Smithfield High School renovations would probably be somewhere in the FY 29-30 timeframe, and then go over into FY 30-31. Those are just projections based on kind of spreading things out in your CIP, understanding the magnitude of the requests that are being made. The one additional thing that was revised for purposes of tonight's public hearing was the Smithfield High School bus loop and parking lot that you all had sent some information on.
Right.
You know, again, trying to project out the cost for 4 or 5 years from now. You know, we've got $60 million for the Smithfield High School renovations. I think you all had sent some information where it was less than that, maybe closer to 35.
Yes.
So we
The
can-
2028 escalated cost $37,583,000. So, you know, after we have the public hearing, what I'd like to do is amend what the CIP committee is recommending. I know Supervisor Gardner and I met Tuesday night. And so, you know, I think some of these numbers on the proposal need to be changed, but I understand we have a public hearing, so.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And yes, ma'am, you're correct. Once again, all projections are based off of $450 a square foot. We did the exact same thing for Hardy. It came in below, and that's how we were able to work out different things with the water tower and different things of that nature.
Okay.
But, so you said 3 projects were gonna be going on? What were the 3?
Garage.
Oh, thank you,
Services garage.
thank you, thank you. Yes, sir.
You good?
Yes, sir, I'm,
All right.
all right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So who is leading the, for the public hearing?
No one signed up for the public hearing, so.
We do need to open it.
Okay, we need to open and close it. All right. Public hearing is hereby declared open for the renovation of the CIP. Anyone wish to speak for or against? Hearing none. Public hearing is hereby closed. All right. Board members?
Can we take a little recess?
Well, let's do this. Won't take but a second.
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution. to amend the 2026-35 capital improvement program as presented.
Mr. Chair, I think.
Can I amend that?
Yeah, so go ahead, you can do it.
I mean, so I understand
Because
that
you're in
in
a
the,
position.
in the resolution, it doesn't have the exact amounts, but I believe it refers or ticks and ties back to this document that we were given with the highlighted pieces. And so what I would just add to adopting the resolution is that we edit the CIP request page for public schools for the first 5 years. And that we edit, because like right now, our CIP says 25 million for 26, 27. We've always planned on budgeting a large chunk for the next upcoming budget, but I'd like her to recommend, based on the, building costs that I have in front of me, FY 26, 27 to be 33 million and FY 27, 28 to be 33 million. So instead of 25 that it is now, instead of 30 million each of those 2 years that it is proposed to be, it really needs to be 33 million each year, because the total projected cost in 2025 dollars is $65,881,260. So 33 and 33 is what it would actually cost according to what the current estimates are. And then for the SHS renovation and 30 classroom capacity addition, I know that, before you, or in the current CIP, there's nothing there, right, yet. Before you, you see 30 million in FY 29 and 30, and another 30 million in FY 30-31. That amount, for that project, according to 2027, which is an escalated cost, but according to more closely aligned to when this project will be happening, is actually 2028. We'll just take the 2028 escalated cost, $37,583,111. So if you just say 38 million, that needs to be 19 and 19, not 30 and 30. So good news, that kind of goes down. But to make it eligible for proffers, I do think we should back up the number and make it 19 million in FY 28-29 and 19 million in 29-30, and then delete the addition for 30-31. And I would propose to leave the 130,000 for the bus loop where it is, with FY 29-30 as the proposal. So I could review that again. I know that was a lot, but what I'd like to amend your amendment to say.
I'll withdraw mine.
You'll withdraw
Just go
yours?
ahead.
Okay.
Make the
So,
motion.
yeah, so I know we'll have discussion, but I'll move to edit the FY 26-27 CIP budget for Westside Elementary replacement to 33 million in FY 26-27, 33 million in FY 27-28. To complete SHS renovations and increase in capacity, 19 million in FY 28-29 and 19 million in FY 29-30, with an additional 130,000 in FY 29-30 for the SHS bus loop and parking lot.
All right. Board member, any readiness? Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. We'll take maybe a 10-minute break. Reconvene.
Somewhere all the time.
All right, public
If I
hearing.
lost my driver's license, I would be a volunteer.
I don't take credit for this one. I'm just here presenting. Dave Forsythe, your utility director, had knee replacement surgery, so he's out. But this, what you have before you is an amendment to the county code regarding fats, oils, and grease, our fog ordinance. What you'll see up here at the top is probably the most important language. Everything in yellow highlighted is the new model language. Everything that's been stricken is per the model verbiage, and the green is just where we have added county-specific language, such as Isle of Wight County or something of that nature. Again, it has some definitions and a few items where it's added mobile food units, food trucks and things of that nature. It does not change the nature of what is required of establishments that are required to have grease traps. That's the bottom line. The ordinance, as I said, adds language that the Hampton Road Sanitation District has put out as their model language to all the localities. And this should have been adopted some time ago, and Phil Jones has done a very good job of correcting this. When Uva left and Dave came in, it kind of fell through some cracks. But Phil picked it up, and Dave has asked that we go ahead and get this approved if it's the board's desire after a public hearing.
All right.
Will this put any kind of undue burden on any business or small business?
They're already required to have this. It just clarified the language.
Okay.
It really made no significant change to what people have to do. It actually just clarified it from a verbiage.
All right, that's it. We're opening the public hearing. Public hearing is hereby declared open. Anyone willing to speak for or against? Hearing none and see nothing? Public hearing is hereby closed. Board members?
Move approval of article about the use of public sewer systems. FOG 2026, I don't know what to call it. Is that the name of it?
Fat, oils, and grease.
Fats, oils, and grease. Yeah, Article 15, fats, oils, and grease. Sounds
Any
fantastic.
readiness? Mr. K?
Mr. Avery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. And County Administrator?
All right, Mr. Chairman, we've got several items that we're going to try to move through fairly quickly. First being an update on the county radio system. We'd received a request to provide some information that I think would be helpful to the board, just some background information on the county's radio system. As you are all aware, or if not, we'll very quickly tell you, we have a collaborative arrangement with the towns of Smithfield and Windsor, whereby we operate a central dispatch center. And at the core of that is an emergency radio system that allows all of our public safety folks to communicate. It's tied in with a larger region, including York County, the city of Suffolk, and some other communities, and so it has greatly enhanced our ability to respond to and to communicate during emergency events. And with that, I'll let Mike and Will kind of tag team on this one.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Will Drury, I'm the emergency manager for the County Battalion Chief in Fire and Rescue, and I'm joined by Michael Miller to my left, who's the 911 Center Director. Some of you have had the pleasure of meeting him since he started with us back over in the summer. So, like Don teed this up pretty good for us. We're gonna tag team this presentation. Michael's gonna talk about how the 911 center operates and what that looks like. And once he's finished up, I'm gonna bring it home with what the radio system actually does and how we got to where we are now. So I'll turn it over to Michael. So I'm Michael Miller. I'm the 911 director here. We have a staff of 22. Currently, we have 2 openings. I answer the ECC board quarterly. We have meetings. I do the day-to-day operations for the 911 center. We have 4 supervisors, 1 for each shift, and then they have 4 dispatchers underneath them. 911 center dispatches for Windsor PD, Smithfield PD, Isle of Wight Sheriff's Office, and Isle of Wight Fire Rescue. In 2025, they answered 95,562 calls, so it's roughly about 140 calls a shift they answer. They do non-emergency calls and 911 calls. They are emergency dispatch certified to do EMD. They handle everything from police, fire, and EMS. So then the radio system. So in 2016, this board, or members of this board, approved in CIP about a $8.3 million project to upgrade our radio system. Prior to 2018, when the system went live, we were operating in a silo in the region. We were on a very antiquated system, and I'll use some of the words that the speakers earlier in citizens' comments used. We were on Band-Aids and bubble gum to get the system to be able to talk to each other. We don't have that problem today, and we haven't had that problem since 2018. We operate a very, very robust system that is what I will call a system within other systems, so a system of systems, if you will. In the county, we have a 4-site system. You see there where the towers that we own are laid out. Without getting too very technical here, it's a 5-channel system. It's 800 megahertz, P25, state-of-the-art system. It's part of a larger regional system. Like Don said, we tie in to the city of Suffolk's system and then over on the peninsula York County system. And what that gives us is what we call dual core redundancy. We were able to have some cost savings when we purchased this system back in 2016 and then through 2018 in the build out, because we don't have our own core. We share a core with Suffolk, and then Suffolk's core is tied to the core over in York County. So if one fails, the other one picks up. And those cores bounce back and forth day to day, and you never really know the difference. We're currently in a 10-year maintenance contract with Motorola Solutions for the physical maintenance of the system. The one thing that isn't on here that I want to talk about is when you build a system like this, it's not just about the equipment that you're buying, or it's not just about being able to turn the knob and interoperate with other jurisdictions like you've heard me speak about, say when we talked about the Bowling Green Road brush fire several months ago. It's also about the governance structure, right? Prior to 2016, I'll just use an example, volunteer firefighter, somebody in the system could have gone out and bought their own equipment, gone to a portable radio, a mobile radio, a pager, if you will, gone out to some vendor, or maybe even had the software themselves to be able to program it to operate on the system. Can't do that anymore. If you want to have a device that's on the system that works through the county, we purchase that for you through Motorola. We buy all of our equipment directly from Motorola. They take care of the programming. They ensure that the security is there to make sure that the device isn't in the wrong hands, so that somebody's listening to what we've got going on for nefarious reasons, things like that. We also have encryption now on our system, so certain talk groups or certain frequencies you can only listen to if you have the device. You can't listen to it on a scanner like you would have been able to back in the day at home.
Can I ask a question about Motorola's role when it comes to cyber attacks and what the LOLs are for the contract?
So,
limits of liability.
So Motorola monitors our system, and we do that in three different ways. So we can monitor it from the 911 center for any intrusion or any kind of what's the word I'm looking for here?
Attack.
Anything that would take the system down. That's physical. That's also cyber. We monitor that in the 911 center. They also monitor it over in York County, and they monitor it at their network operations center in Chicago. So we know almost immediately when there's some sort of hiccup with the system, whether it be infrastructure or whether there be some sort of other intrusion from outside.
Yeah, my point of my question was typically in a contract for software, there's an LOL cap, right, of how much Motorola would be on the hook if we had an issue, or some kind of cyber attack.
I don't know exactly what the number is on that dollar. I'm sure it's spelled out in the contract. I'd have to get it out of the contract.
I am interested.
Okay.
Thanks.
So one of the other questions that we had was, what do we need to consider down the road as far as this system goes? And we think these are probably the three top priorities that you need to consider for CIP for this system. So the portable radios that we have, that's the stuff that we would wear, a firefighter would wear on his hip or in his coat pocket, or a deputy would wear on their hip. The portable radios that we have now that were purchased in 2018 are at end of life. They don't make them anymore, which means that eventually, probably over the next 4 or 5 years, you're not going to be able to get parts for them anymore. So to be able to repair those is going to get either more expensive or not possible. So we would ask that you all consider the replacement of at least the portable radios down the road in CIP. Our towers are connected to each other through a microwave system. We have an opportunity to connect them through fiber so that we have backhaul capability if one of the microwaves were to go down or they were to get out of line. That's particularly important, especially here with the tower that sits behind the sheriff's office. The only link to the 911 center and the tower at the fairgrounds, which is where the brain for that part of the system, if you will, lives, is through the microwave. It's critically important for us to have some sort of backhaul, because if that link goes offline, then the 911 center goes offline and they're working on portables.
So you're talking about as a backup?
Yes. And then as the system grows, and as we get more subscribers on the system, if you will, we're going to need additional frequency down the road. And that's probably the toughest of the three of these to get through. Frequency is really limited, and it's challenging to acquire, and that takes time. So if you all would consider that, I would say in the next 3, 4, maybe 5 years, we'll certainly need some additional capacity on the system.
Is there a calculation for additional frequency, like per population?
There is. So our system, we monitor for busies, is what we call them. So we haven't had any busies on the system since 2018, but that all comes down to how much the system's actually being utilized. But there is a formula that you use to determine. It's based on subscribers, it's based on call volume. There's a number of factors that goes into it.
How many radios do we have on the portable radios do we have on our system?
About 400 portable radios on the
How
system.
many are we licensed to have?
I'd have to get that number.
And those portables, they're all York County, having a moment, Isle of Wight County portables?
Yes.
Does that include Surrey portables?
That does not include Surrey.
How many does
portables.
Surrey have?
I'm not sure of that number.
I'd like to know.
To your point, though, that's important. That's an important factor here, that other systems or other localities have access to our system as well. They use that when they come to assist us with calls for service, and we do the same thing with them, right? So I'll give you an example of what that might look like. So localities to our west, Franklin and Southampton, will be bringing a new system online, and as they do that, we'll be requesting access to their system. So that's a consideration that they're going to have to make when they build their system out, just like we had to make when we built ours.
So do they pay for part of that?
They don't, because they're not subscribers on our system.
Why don't they pay for it? Didn't they just purchase a new radio system
They
in
did
Surrey?
have a-
So why are we paying for their radio system?
We're not paying
Or
for
what
their
they're using?
They don't use our radio system day to day. They use it when they come to support us on calls for service.
Completely understand.
So the 8.3 million, is that the current investment?
That was the cost of the project in 2016, 2018. The current investment, Don, you would probably know that number better than I can, or what it's valued at.
I'm not sure, and we've made improvements even since that time, so, yeah, I'm not sure.
Is that contract based on hardware, a mix of software, subscription usage?
There's a couple of things it's based on. It's based on number of subscribers. So subscriber, in this case, means portable radio, mobile radio. It's based on the support that they provide to the 911 center for their consoles. It's based on, there's a number of factors.
Are there annual escalators built into the contract for service?
It's about 10%.
And we pay just over, what, $500,000?
Yeah, I think it was like $560,000 this fiscal year.
Ballpark, maintenance.
Per year for maintenance,
year.
just for maintenance?
Do you know what the maintenance would have been if we'd had to buy our own switch per year? Do you remember?
I don't remember right off.
It was more than
It was a lot.
$500,000. It was more than $500,000 just on maintenance if we bought our own switch
Yeah, no question.
with no redundancy.
So we're at questions, but.
So who's in charge or who's responsible for the radio system? Like ultimately, who runs it?
So right now, I would say that the governing body for that is the ECC, which is the county's Emergency Communications Board, which has representation from both towns and the county.
And who's the chair of that?
The sheriff is
The
the chair.
sheriff's the chair. Does the sheriff have to be the chair, or could the chair
No,
be?
they literally just had
This past week?
election of officers, earlier this week.
So the chair could be someone from
could
emergency
be somebody
management
from
or
town,
fire, somebody from the town. It could be anybody.
I wouldn't say anybody, but it could be somebody from the town.
From the
or-
board.
Yeah,
Oh.
yes.
So who's in charge of the system? Not dispatch, the radio system? Because we don't even own our own switch. So who's in charge of the entire system?
I'm not sure what,
When you say the system.
So if there's an
I'm talking about
issue,
specific
if the
component.
system tomorrow crashed or was infiltrated, whether it was in Isle of Wight, Suffolk, any part of the legs of the system, and we ended up, I know it would be impossible virtually, but we lost 2 switches. Who's the person, who's responsible for that? Who's the person that calls Mr. Motorola and says, oh my God?
We're probably all calling Motorola.
Well, no, and they wouldn't take our call. So who's the person?
I think it depends on at what level the intrusion happens at, right? So if you're talking about.
Worst case scenario.
If you're talking about the intrusion of a switch or the core, it would be whichever one is infected. So if it's Suffolk's that has had the issue, then
Suffolk.
Suffolk is responsible. Now, if it's something that physically happens to one of our tower sites, that's our responsibility,
Right.
right? We've only had one outage on the system since we went live in 2018.
Remember it well.
And that was because we had an issue at one of our tower sites, so we're responsible for that. And then Motorola supported us through that.
Do we have to pay for those repairs on that site?
So the portable radios, do they meet AES 256 standards?
We purchased them directly from Motorola, and the answer to that question is yes.
And how much are they a piece?
The new ones that would replace what we currently have are about $5,500 a piece.
And then how about status of pagers that first responders use? Are those attached to this network?
They are. They're on so the paging network is a VHF system. It's not on 800. The volunteer agencies were all purchased new paging devices in 2018, and as those have been broken or needed to be replaced, we've replaced them for them.
I guess as the emergency management director, you probably do threat assessments of these switches and the towers, and how often do you do that?
Motorola's,
Physical threat assessments.
the tower site,
Yeah.
Motorola takes care of that for us.
Oh, really? And are those reports, can we find those somewhere?
We can request those from them.
Is that, hang on before, because I know some of that stuff gets to be really sensitive in terms of how much they can divulge.
It is.
Okay.
I'm not asking anybody to put it online. I guess once you share it with me, it's foilable, but
It is.
I can tell you that the sites are monitored for physical security in a number of different ways, and that's monitored in the 911 center over in York County and Motorola's field service office and also in Chicago. When we have any issue with the system, again, whether it's an infrastructure issue, microwaves not lining up, oftentimes Motorola knows about it before we even notice an issue at all.
And I guess one thing because I don't know that we said a whole lot about it, but, I think one thing to keep in mind with our system is that it is a very unique partnership. I think it's probably somewhat unique even within the United States in terms of the way our partnership is developed. We only have a written agreement with the city of Suffolk. We have a very strong partnership in terms of the cooperation as well as the way the system is linked with, like I said, York County, who's been kind of a lead in terms of helping us on a lot of this stuff, as well as several other peninsula localities. So that's why when you were saying, well, what if the system goes down? It kind of depends on where that happens because there are multiple partners in this. So kind of but it's all one big system.
I think someone told me the other day it's third largest in the world.
I've heard.
It's a super system.
I've heard that number.
When, I know we went to Chicago, Mr. Jefferson and I went to Chicago, they said that at that time, the only thing that was close to our system was Los Angeles County, California.
Really?
But theirs was antiquated compared to ours.
Yeah,
Pretty impressive to be part of something
Yeah.
like that.
yeah.
And do those larger pieces of the system charge us any kind of management or remuneration, any kind of fee, remuneration?
We pay Suffolk.
I was about to say, yeah, we've got an actual formal agreement with Suffolk, but in terms of the other partners, it's, I've never seen a partnership like it and don't know of any other relationship that we have.
And then what's IT's involvement, like Director Gray and others, do they have any involvement with the system?
They do partly because of the equipment that's here and making sure that that works, but also that it works in sync with some of our other equipment. Public Works has a hand in some of the equipment. It's, I mean, I don't know how to say it or describe it other than it's a very unique relationship because there are a lot of entities involved in it.
That's all I have.
Okay. You done?
Yes, sir.
Right, thank you.
You know, while you're still up there.
Sure.
You all gave a report on community rating system in December?
We provided you all with information on
Provide
community
us with
rating.
information. So in our strategic plan, we said that that you would provide information. I was just wondering, and you did that, I was just wondering if we had considered that information and if we're gonna join the community rating system or not.
That'd be a question for Amy.
Yeah, I was about to say that's something we'll probably have to have some larger conversations about because it's a relatively in-depth process, but Gary's standing up. I don't know if he's standing up because he's getting ready to run or he's next.
Supervisor Roundtree, I will tell you that Amy and I have had discussions, and I've had the staff about joining the CRS. I think we're pretty close to being there, but with the government shutdown that happened right after your strategic planning retreat, kind of put the damper on doing some of those things, so we are in those discussions.
Is it expensive?
It doesn't cost anything, no.
So it's not anything we have to consider for budget?
I think it was just involved in terms of staff time and some of the stuff that would need to be done. Yeah.
And what does that get us? Just like a merit badge or cheaper insurance rates or?
I'll let you take that.
Yeah, there is a cheaper, insurance rate that we're eligible for. I don't know the specifics on it right now. It's been a number of years since.
So can you come back, February's gonna be busy because we only have one meeting, but maybe March or something and updates, thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the next item is you all have in your strategic plan a request or some information relative to EMS collaborations with medical, I think, mental health and other entities in the region.
Community health, mental health, and crisis response resources, including hospitals and nonprofits.
Correct. So I hope we answered these questions. I'm Gary Winley, Chief for the County Fire Rescue. And to meet your request with the strategic plan and all, we were asked to put this, what we currently do now, so is how we're gonna break it out, is what we currently do now and what we would like to do in the future to enhance what we do tap into and utilize when we have those types of crises. Boom. Before I get into what we do now with crisis and interaction with other community agencies and get people help, if you will, I just wanted to show you through the last 5 years now what our call volume looks like and how it has increased. So since in the last year, we have had an increase of total calls of 9% over 2024. Between 2024 and 2025, a 9% increase, and since 2021, a 15% increase. You can see, other than this past year, 2025, the fire calls, we we still have to dive into that data because we're only 15 days in from having that data to find out. We want to dive into that to see why did fire go up when fire was generally pretty flat through the years. But we did have a jump last year, and we want to look at that. And obviously, the EMS calls are going up, and I'll show you where
This
that is
calendar
occurring.
year?
What's that?
Calendar year?
Calendar. These are calendar years. That's correct. So where are their EMS calls occurring? What is causing people to call 911 for service? This slide is a little, a little hard to see, so let's go to the next one. So the EMS calls for service here, you can see 46% are all other calls. We have 20% are sick and ill, 11% are falls, 11% are breathing problems, chest pain is 6%, and then 6% are lift assist. Two categories up here, what I'm going to talk about in a few minutes, two categories up here have the potential to be affected and drop for decreased calls for service to the EMS system within the county. So currently our system demand, a small population consumes a disproportionate share of the EMS calls. 35% of our calls are to frequent callers, to the same address, okay? We have 6 different addresses that we went to in 2025 more than 20 times.
Jeez.
Six addresses that we went to more than 20 times. Of the frequent callers, that made up 2,197 calls for service to these addresses that we went to, and we did 3 or more times in the calendar year. How many times did we go to this address? 3 or more times accounted for 2,197 calls for service. Most of the calls for 911 service in the county, 45% of them do not require transport to the hospital. We'll get there, we'll evaluate, they decide they're going to go POV or they don't want to go at this time. We do vitals on them, do an assessment on them, and then they decide they don't want to go to the hospital. So 45% of our calls end up as no transports, if you will. A lot of people are using 911 as the first entry point into the healthcare system. Again, you're going to hear me talk about in a few minutes a way that we potentially can reduce that burden that calls for service on the system. So what does the system demand do? What do all of this that we just talked about do for impacts on physical and employee health impacts? With the staff, the burnout. There's burnout with going out and over and over, and 45% of the calls don't require transport to the hospital. Obviously, that leads to their mental health and then morale around the fire stations. And then physical demand, vehicle wear on the vehicles, wear and tear, and fuel. Obviously, fuel to get to the scenes. And then risk to the community due to non-emergent calls for service. We do triage the calls, if you will, and based on the comments that we receive from the 911 center, there are many times that we will respond non-emergent. So we are reducing the risk to the community by not responding lights and sirens and making people swerve off the lane and not knowing what to do when an ambulance or a fire truck comes up behind them. So what do we do currently? Currently, the system is a reactive versus proactive system, where there are no formal agreements, no formal let's get together and talk about Miss B that has called us 3, 4, 5 times. There's nothing in there. So currently it's reactive. We get there, we identify a problem, whether that's with the social services and adult protective services or child protective services, and then we will reach out to that one entity, that one agency to follow up and provide help. The Department of Health have certain things. The Sheriff's Office obviously gets involved with the mental health issues that we have, and they have the CIT officers that respond. We reach out to Christian Outreach a lot for meals, for someone that might need meals, and we'll reach out to Christian Outreach, and they've stepped up. They have provided heaters and fans for in certain circumstances when someone their AC is out or something like that. We'll reach out to them and they'll get involved with it. And then other community organizations, the Boy Scouts. The Boy Scouts have been a great resource for us in Eagle projects, so where someone needs a ramp on the front of their house so they can get in and out of their house to go to doctor's offices and stuff like that, and we'll reach out to them for their assistance with that. So where do we want to go in the future? We would like to develop a system that is proactive versus reactive. In 2020, for the 2025 budget process, we presented a program, a community risk reduction program that involved community paramedicine or mobile integrated health detection. That's a collaboration. That's a formal process for interagency collaboration. How would we do that? We would become inclusion in the community policy and management team. What that is, that's a team that gets together with all those entities, all those agencies that I had up there earlier, and they meet on a regular basis. And EMS might come to the table and say, hey, we've been to Miss B's house 4 times in the last month for these reasons, and as a group, somebody might say, hey, we can take care of scheduling doctor's appointments. We can take care of going and putting the medicine in her dispenser trays that she might have. So those are things that as a team they come together, but currently we don't have a formal process for that. We want to establish community paramedicine, as I mentioned. The community paramedicine would go out and help people with chronic disease management. Is their oxygen concentrator not working right? Well, we would have them on our list to make a visit to them to make sure things are working well with that patient. Medication review, obviously go through their medicines. If our people are trained, there is a formal class that people take and get a certification on mobile integrated health to learn how to go out and do medication reviews and look for conflicting medications, if you will. You know, your cardiologist gives you something, but then your primary care physician gives you something else. Well, those contradict each other and wipe out the effect of each other, if you will. So that would be one thing that the paramedicine program would do.
Can you bill for that?
What's that?
Can you bill for that?
So there is a means to bill. Medicare does have a means to bill and a criteria to bill for certain things. I don't think everything would be billable, but certain things would be. And
Like medication reconciliation?
I don't know if that falls into that category or not. I know when we were doing this for the 2025 budget, I talked to EMS billing, and there is a means to do it. I think Suffolk, I'm not sure if York does or not, bills for certain things.
So is that P&L something that you're planning on? I mean, if we're gonna look at this for future collaboration, the P&L is something you would run?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So the fall prevention, as you saw back it was 6% of our calls are to falls. What the community paramedicine person would do would go out and visit the home and see where the trip hazards are. Is it rugs that are sliding out from people? Do they need the chairs, that lift them up so they can get out of their chair without falling? Put handrails in bathrooms, those kind of things, handrails up and down steps, those kind of things. Evaluate and reduce the risk of falls at those houses, at those locations. Connection to outside resources, again, hospital discharge follow-up. There is, we did a lot of research back in 2025 on this, and we talked to Suffolk, who has a program up and running. We talked to York, who has a very, very robust paramedicine, mobile integrated health program, and they follow up with patients that are discharged from the hospitals. They work hand in hand with the hospitals and with the discharge case managers, if you will. So if a patient is discharged to go home in Isle of Wight County, we would get that notification, and the community paramedicine person would go out and pay them a visit. What do you need? How can we help you get that? Who can we connect you with of those agencies to get what you need to make life better? And then obviously all of that, being proactive reduces the demand on the 911 system. So here's the big question, or the big concern is what is it going to cost? Number one, we need a coordinator to coordinate all of the MIH calls coming in. That needs to be at a supervisor level. Our lowest level of supervisor in our system is at the lieutenant level. As I said, when we went through this, when we started talking about this in 2025, we had several of our part-time employees go to this certification class, and they got their certification to be MIH or paramedicine, community paramedicine providers. So we have certified people. They are part-time people. They're not any of our full-time people. So we would utilize them in a part-time status, 40 hours a week, that they would go out. If that's two of them, one of them would do 20 hours, the other would do 20 hours, and they would go out and do the field visitations and evaluations of homes and so on and so forth. And the other cost would be a vehicle that they would need to go out and to be able to get around the county and do these visits.
Yeah, again, I start with the ROI, right? So I think to properly, I'm all for it. I'm a healthcare person, and I think, what is it? Ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, or something like that. Right. So I'm in, right? But we have to make sure that the P&L balances the ROIs there. So to say that we're not exactly sure what could be billed, to not have done yet, and I know it's early in the process, you're just bringing this to us as an idea, but we have to get that detailed and say, we think there'll be X number of this build, and this is what's going to come back, and here's the efficiency rating and the ROI. And, I think we have to really project what we think those volumes for reimbursable events is going to be so that we can offset some of this, considering offset $230,000 that is extra that would be in a budget. And is that something that you think we could be prepared to do for FY 26, 27?
Yes. If funded and we can get the positions, the supervisor position. Our current staffing level, there's no way I can pull someone from the street at this point and put them in that position to coordinate.
Yeah, sure. And so what I was saying, and perhaps we had some, foresight in the strategic plan, I'm sure, because you all were there the day that we had the retreat, but time is now, right? You don't have much time because we're hitting budget season in the next month or two, so it's a lot of numbers crunching and waving your magic wand and looking at your crystal ball to tell.
Is there any other cities or counties that has that in place now?
Have This programming, yes. Suffolk has a very active program. York has a very active program. Norfolk has a very active program, and Virginia Beach also, Chesapeake also. I mean, most of the agencies in the area do have a program like this in some fashion.
Right.
And are there grants available to pay for these resources?
Seems like we found a grant.
We have some foundations that might help you out.
Yeah, do you want to talk about what why the hospital systems should invest or would invest in something like that?
Wouldn't you think Centuria or somebody like that, foundation or?
Yeah,
grant
so,
would-
so the healthcare systems have an interest in having a program like this, especially for the discharges, right? And Supervisor Roundtree can probably speak to this better than I can, but if you go to a healthcare facility, you're inpatient and you get discharged, if you return back to that same facility within a certain number of days, that healthcare system is responsible for that care, right? So they have to write that cost off. Am I correct?
21 days for
Right.
certain
So
conditions.
it's in the philanthropic side of the health system's best interest to invest in the community in a program like this that prevents a patient from returning under those circumstances. And that's where that discharge planning comes in, and that's where we feel like we can help. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
You know, OHF too, the OC Healthcare Foundation funds lots of different things, certainly in Isle of Wight County as well. I would think just based on their funding history that they would be interested in supporting something like this.
So I do know some of the other cities have used the opioid money that they got to buy the capital needs for their paramedicine program, like the vehicle, to go out. But there has to be an opioid part of your program to be able to get that money.
Yeah, we don't discriminate. You could check on somebody that's
Right.
being discharged for addiction. So, did we already spend that money?
Spent some of that money. I think recently we were notified of additional funding coming in relative to opioids.
We've got a significant sum of money.
Yeah.
That's just sitting there, waiting on some kind of program?
I think we're gonna get some requests for some of that money, but yeah.
It has to be used for,
Certain
medical-
things,
Certain things, yeah, abatement of addiction, or treatment of that,
All of the percentage.
all of it.
It's pretty tight. It's a lot of money sitting there.
But does capital equipment, if it's servicing
Has
those
to be
conditions?
directly involved with it. Basically,
Yeah,
if they were gonna go around handing out Narcan in a car, you can buy the car for the Narcan, but you can't drive that car half the time to save lives. You gotta hand out Narcan.
I know Norfolk bought their vehicles for their program with the opioid money, but they meet with CSB and that to identify people in the community.
And what little experience I've got with it, I think you would agree, the programs are can be very different from locality to locality. You may have someone with the same title that only checks up on stroke patients. Or you may have another locality that the person or people, they do everything from discharges to making sure their medications, where this, et cetera, so on. So it's a big spectrum. And so, I mean, we'd leave it, obviously, if the money came available, we'd say, what are the expectations? What does the regular day look like? I mean, you never know who the people are gonna be, but what is the expectations? And because it seems to me I know of localities that I would argue fall short of what I would expect the program to do.
Providing the full service.
Right.
Right.
Because I'm sure some areas that won't need that, but there's other areas that do need the full support.
So would community paramedicine shift into those calls for lift assist?
Should, if we reduce the falls that are occurring in houses from slipping out of wheelchairs or slipping out of bed. And
So they wouldn't respond to those calls. You would hope to decrease the number of those.
The hope would be that we would prevent the remove the rug that they're slipping on or falling, getting into the bathtub and stuff like that. So that is how we would see the reduction in the demand on the EMS system.
And then regarding the frequent callers, you know, do these people have primary care physicians? I mean, because one time, they like one time at band camp, no, one time when I was running the trauma center at Riverside and Newport News for 7 years, we did a study, right, of patients that frequently came to the emergency department. And we met with them, and there were simple things and care plans that we worked with their primary care doc on. I mean, most people, especially if they have a chronic condition, like you're calling multiple times a month and a year, they have a primary care physician, hopefully, I don't know, some kind of chronic condition. But we worked on a care plan, and like, for example, of a migraine patient, right, that came in quite frequently. We worked it out with the primary care doc and said, you know, whenever this patient comes in, we're gonna do this and turn on the lights and give this and that and this. Don't ask for anything else. It's what we've agreed to. It's a care plan. And she actually started coming in less.
And that's what this program would do. If they didn't have a primary care physician to help them with the day-to-day needs that they have, this person would help them get hooked up with a primary care physician or a caseworker with social services that could also then follow up and make sure they're getting to, you know, if they need help lining up a wheelchair van to get to a doctor's appointment instead of calling the ambulance to get them to the emergency room. Those are the kind of things that this program would do. Help them line up, help them with their bills and their insurance and stuff like that. That's all part of a community paramedicine MIH program. Basically to create case plans for them and get them through, and hopefully that they graduate from.
So your staff person isn't a physician, so I'm guessing your medical director
The
for
medical
county
director,
EMS would sign off on any?
the medical director would have to sign off on the protocol or the protocols and what they would be allowed to do.
And who is that person?
We have a new medical director, Dr. Clifford, who is works a lot in Smithfield, Riverside. She is in the Riverside system. Previously, she has been the medical director for Williamsburg, and she is also the medical director for the EMS at Busch Gardens, and several other state entities and agencies.
Clifford, you said, Dr.
Clifford,
Clifford.
yes.
Thank you.
Right, you done?
Mr. Chairman, the next item is just an update on the proposed battery storage policy. I believe that is working its way through the process. And correct me, Amy, I believe it's supposed to go to the Planning Commission next month. She's going to correct me.
Just to out for some more detail, the Planning Commission has been reviewing a draft battery energy storage ordinance since September, early this fall. And actually, their annual retreat was to go out and look at the storage facility in Chesterfield County because they actually wanted to see one. And they did right before Christmas in November. We didn't end up having a meeting in December, but they did ask for us to make a few more tweaks to it to look at. When they had a full commission available in January, and then I would predict that it will go to public hearing in February, and you all should see it sometime in March or April.
More to come on that.
And while you're up there, I know it doesn't have specifically to do with battery storage, but what would be the process for establishing a data center tax?
A tax? Or a
rate.
text?
Tax,
I'm
or a
sorry, I
rate.
wasn't hearing.
Mhm.
I mean, that would have to take some research, because I don't know if we could do a special overlay district or something like that.
And I'm not sure, we probably have to sit down with the commissioner as well in terms of how that would be valued, but, yeah, we probably need to do a little homework.
I just wondered if you'd heard anything in your networks in Hampton Roads, because I think at one point they were talking about everybody kind of making sure that we had a reasonable rate that was more consistent?
There was some conversation, and I think it's kind of an ongoing conversation that periodically pops up about the region developing a tax rate that is somewhat consistent around the region, so that Hampton Roads as a region would be more inviting or more appealing to some of the data centers. But I think it's just conversations. I don't know how formal that's been. Christy and I were literally just talking about that the other day.
So do we have a policy that governs, I mean, you're looking at battery storage policy, was there a data center policy as well?
Not yet, although that is definitely on one of the planning commission's priorities, is to develop one in the near future after battery energy storage.
Like before the end of the year?
Probably, yeah, we'll have some sort of draft together.
Thank you.
Sure.
If everybody's good on that, next item is an update on Bradby Park. Bill and Mike met with some folks out there, and I'll let him talk about that because that process is still moving forward. So.
Yes. So last Friday, Director Frickanese and I met with DCR and did a site visit of Bradbury Park. Our application is virtually complete. DCR already has the funds. However, it's a pass-through grant. So, and the National Park Services has the final say. So Mike has to get all of our paperwork into DCR by June, which we're virtually going to be there already. He has to work out some minor legal stuff with Bobby for deeds and whatnot. We'll get that to DCR by June. The National Park Services have until September to make a decision. The Commonwealth favors our project. They already have the money, but the National Park Services has to approve us as being an award, the award. We also found out that there's a possibility that we may get more money than we had initially put in for. Initially, we did a 70-30. We may get 50-50. We may be able to get 50-50, which is great news. The lady from DCR did tell us that the sooner we get the paperwork in, National Park Service is on a rolling approval schedule. So sooner we get it in, sooner we could get awarded.
Sure,
But
Mike was all over that.
Mike was yes, he was all over that. So that's where that park stands. And, I think we would all like to have this done sooner than later, but now we have to wait for the NPS to render a decision on our award.
Well, and the good news, bad news is obviously it's slowing us down a little bit. The good news is we may end up with $800,000 to $1 million additional dollars that we can put into the project that are not county dollars, which means some of the things that the residents were talking about, restrooms and things like that,
Right.
we could potentially make happen much sooner in the process. And related, but kind of outside of Bradby Park, we've been investigating restroom facilities because of our conversations about Heritage Park. Bill and I were just talking about this the other day. The cost of those might make it feasible if we get this additional money to do something at Bradby Park.
The 75% drawing show an estimate at the fairgrounds project at $750,000 for 12 seats. Mike and I met with a company out of North Carolina last week, and it may come in roughly around $400,000 just for these not modular, but prefabricated units that we would have to do the site work and run all the lines and everything, so probably about $100,000 there. So we may get all in for $500,000 instead of the estimated $750,000 that we've received. So that's good news. The nice thing about these prefab units is we found out that they come in sections, and each section runs about $100,000. So that's where we were talking about where we could maybe get restroom facilities in at other parks sooner than later, based on this, these prefab units.
Is it like a boxable?
Excuse me?
Is the unit like a boxable?
A boxable?
Yeah, that's the prefab unit.
Modular type thing.
Oh,
Modular,
Well, so it comes in on the back of a truck.
yeah.
They set it on a foundation, tie everything in. I actually, before I left Swarthmore, we did a modular unit that came from Texas, and that was a one-seater. But this is going to be same 6 male, 6 female, family restroom with a little area for storage, as well as a hose bib connection for cleanup. So it is pretty much the same thing that an estimate of $750,000 for a building instead of the prefab.
We're finding restrooms are extremely expensive.
You could buy a house for $500,000, but a restroom will cost you $750.
Can you buy a house for $500,000?
Yes.
I'm kidding.
So,
That's good information about the Bradbury Park, but I would like to stay abreast of what's going on. Maybe we can give a report, maybe every 2 months or whatever.
sure.
And if we got some real good news, we can do it monthly, okay?
And if we get that real good news, you'll get the phone call.
Amen.
Yeah, I mean, there's some other things that we're working on, but that was kind of the big news over the last few weeks, so.
Okay,
Right.
appreciate you.
Thank you.
I'm adding that to my copy of the strategic plan.
Okay.
Bradby Park update every 2 months.
And I think, yeah, Jamie's still here.
She always,
She's not last.
she's
Not
close.
quite. The Norfolk Southern Railway Agreement, wanted her to talk about that project real quick.
Sure, just a brief update. We do have 100% funding through Smart Scale for an improvement project down at 460 and 258, which we like to call the Dairy Queen intersection. We are putting turn lanes on 258 north and south. We are not impacting the 460 travelway with this project. It's the 258 ends only. That project is at approximately 90%. We are getting ready to submit what we call a PS&E package for VDOT, which is basically almost authorization to advertise. So we're hoping to advertise that this spring in the next couple of months. And what that will include is they're calling it a construction agreement with Norfolk Southern, because the taper for the turn lane on the southern end of the intersection will cross the railroad tracks. And this is going to lead to completely redoing the signal arms that are out there on both sides. And that's going to lead to completely redoing the signal cabinet and a bunch of other things. So this portion of the project is covered in the current project budget.
Is it still under Norfolk Southern or is it Union Pacific now?
It is still Norfolk Southern. That line is Norfolk Southern, and it operates pretty regularly. So this coordination through the construction process is going to be very important for us. And the way this will work is we will have a contractor, and he will be responsible for everything except for the Norfolk Southern portion. Norfolk Southern themselves will bring their own contractors in to do the portion that's on their track. And we'll be doing that through the construction agreement.
That'd be
So-
nice. Won't fall in a hole every time you want to make a right-hand turn.
Well, and correct me, Jamie, I think the taper is requiring the safety arms to be moved about 6 inches,
On each side.
$750,000.
That's,
So you get, for $750, you can get a 6-inch movement or
12 bathrooms.
So when
12
we
movements.
move the drama
That's
of
additional money we're gonna
design,
have to
when you
pay.
move
So where you did that,
the posts, then you have to lengthen the signal arms to make sure that they cover the entire lane far enough. And when you have to do all that, you have to do the wiring. And it turns out when you go to do the wiring, the signal cabinet is old enough that you have to redo it and you have to bring up the elevation of the signal cabinet. And here we are.
Yeah, and I wanted Jamie to say that, not to prolong the meeting, but just to give you all some sense that sometimes, particularly as it relates to what the public sees, it sounds like a very simple process or a very simple project. And on the surface, it should be, but it's very complex, a lot of moving parts, very expensive, and a lot of things outside of our control.
Correct, but this is within the budget of the project that we've scoped with VDOT, so we still are moving forward on schedule.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
And I will end on a really good note tonight, hopefully. Item F, we do this annually, but once we do the budget document, we submit that for review by GFOA, which is they're the government finance officers who kind of set standards for certain types of documents. And for the, I believe, 11th year in a row, we're going to be getting, or we've gotten, a GFOA budget award. So the budget that Robert and his staff just presented to you all, I think a couple of months ago, has already received the GFOA award. Of course, that work crossed administrations and staffs, but we're really proud of that, that right out of the gate, they could get that document completed, submitted, and now awarded, so.
Good job, good job. All right, well, like I said, we'll move on to item 15, unfinished old business. Bridgepoint Commons.
Mr. Chairman, this was an item that you all tabled at, I believe, your October 16th meeting to be presented to you on tonight, and so it's back on your agenda for your discussion and consideration.
I think we skipped section G. I don't recall going over the tax levies, cash accountability, or the monthly activity report.
I didn't, I mean, that's typically information that we provide for your information. I mean, if you want a discussion on that, that's up to you, but I typically haven't discussed that.
Okay.
All right, well, item 15, we're gonna do that for the Bridgepoint. So I guess that, we asked for it to be delayed, or,
I'd like to move to table this matter until such time that staff's able to review the most recent submittal and bring back their recommendation to the board.
want to send it back to the planning?
No, I don't want to send it back to Planning Commission. I want Director Ring to review the most recent submittal.
Well, we're not talking.
There was the applicant has made a revised submission. I don't know when it came in. I know that it hit my desk in the last couple of days to review the new information. And typically what would happen would be Mrs. Ring, since this is still pending before the board, would come back with a recommendation to the board that would be of the, to say what the changes are and present it. And then this body would say, that's significant enough that we believe that the planning commission should review it and send it back, or it is not that much of a change and we can act on it here as we see fit.
And so we're also here because the original meeting where we did not approve this, our attorney pointed out that you need to not approve it. You can't just say, we're not saying yes.
Right, because you said no to a specific, we don't approve this specific project. Now the project that is in the county's offices, not before you, but in the county's offices, has been modified. So
Right.
you could say yes to that or no.
But I guess what my point was, we end up having another session on it, which some might have thought that we would have done that housekeeping legal matter that you had pointed out to us, but we didn't. And so we keep pushing it down, and now we're at the point where the developer has some changes. That's the historical part of this, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You want me to repeat my motion?
Sure.
Or you think we got it?
Well, we don't know what the changes are, I mean.
But
So she's tabled for their review, staff's
Yeah,
review.
okay, right.
So I moved to table this matter until such time as staff's able to review the most recent submittal from the developer and bring back to the board.
All right, so that's a motion.
Yes.
All right, everybody ready? Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jefferson, before we move on, first of all, I wanted to take just an opportunity. Earlier, Mr. Jones I gave you kind of a hard time about your presentation.
I deserved
Well,
it.
for the record, well, you know, we're very fortunate to have you as our attorney. A PowerPoint presentation, that's where I think, as a group, we need to make sure we give you some help on that part of it, because you got everything else. So I thought about it earlier, I was like, do it too late, nobody's gonna hear it. But thank you for the service that you do provide.
Agreed.
On the same token, I think all of us agree, we want the end product to really look professional. And that being said, if I could add one thing to it, I've mentioned to Don, my opinion is we should have a standard, if a PowerPoint is presented to the Board of Supervisors, there should be a standard format that everybody uses, and I guess y'all could present some styles or whatever for our approval.
Template, all right.
So that if somebody takes a picture of it, or somebody says, this is the PowerPoint, you could tell looking at it whether it was one of ours or not. I think staff does a really good job. Some of them dress them up a little better than maybe some people, Mr. Jones. And they're real beautiful and all, but they're not consistent. And looking at them, you couldn't tell if somebody did it at home and put it on the social media, or if it was something that was taken from this board meeting. So if y'all don't, I would offer that maybe we ask staff to come up with some templates, I guess is the right word, for PowerPoint, so we have an official template. So, because it's gonna go in archives digitally, and I think that would really look nice.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Acree, I took no offense to your.
Well, you know,
and quite
you know, we
honestly,
think, we think a lot of you, but everybody else doesn't know that, Mr.
And
Jones.
the way my brain works, when I presented that, I thought it was perfect.
It reads the way it reads the way you want it.
It's not until somebody points out that the line is wonky, but it's well taken, and it should, and I should do better.
We pay you for legal advice, most of us.
Roll for spelling. Spell check.
Okay.
As Mr. Keaton said, the one time in a email to my family, I misspelled my wife's name.
You were fat fingering it. You were going too fast. That's fine.
Mr. Chairman, if the agenda has been completed, the board needs to return to closed session pursuant to section 2.23711A of the Code of Virginia for the purpose of discussion regarding the county clerk pursuant to subsection 1.
So move.
Ms. Kay?
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. We'll reconvene shortly. Mr. Jones.
You'll need a motion to return to open session.
So moved.
Ms. Kay.
Mr. Avery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Section 2.23712 of the Code of Virginia, a motion certifying that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and only such public business matters as was identified in the motion to move to closed session was heard, discussed, or considered.
So moved.
Ms. Kay.
Mr. Avery?
Yes.
Ms. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes.
Got Monday off. I don't think the weather's gonna be that great.
I was about to say, yeah.
Maybe just around the house or something.
I gotta figure out what's on Netflix.
Actually, I think Monday, I think it's supposed to be gone by Monday, isn't it?
We do.
It's supposed to be like 39 degrees. It's high. Like that, we'll take the time.
Hold up a minute, Joel.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just zipping things up.
You want to, or me?
You do it.
Okay. Chairman Jefferson, just if I may, while Supervisor Acree's trying to cough up a lung all
Sorry.
night, it's okay. I feel like he needs to get to bed and get some rest.
You're right.
But just a final comment before you close the meeting, bang the gavel. I wanted to just say that our clerk, who we've not had for nearly long enough, Miss Catherine Mays, has tendered her resignation. And so just, in a public forum, I wanted to thank her for her work and friendship and, just taking care of us. So wanted to thank you for that and your, willingness to learn new tasks and get up to speed on everything that it takes to be the clerk for a Board of Supervisors. No small task, and you've just added 2 new guys, right? So there's been a lot of work with that as well after the election. So we will miss you, and good luck and Godspeed in your new location.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you very much.
Thank you for your service, Ms. Kay.
Yep, thank you.
All right, with that said, the meeting now to adjourned.